Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in just 1 minute. Looks like we still have a few more people popping online. Okay, good morning, everyone. It is 9:02 on Wednesday, June 25th, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I will ask the secretary to call roll.
I think we need to give IT a few more minutes because I don't think we're recording yet.
Okay, please pause. Take it back.
Vice President Hughes, we are recording.
Okay, thank you. So let's try this again. So good morning. It's now 9:05, and I'll call this meeting to order. And I will ask the secretary to take roll.
President Dockweiler, absent, excused. Vice President Hughes.
Here.
Superintendent Canavero.
Here.
Member Hudson.
Present.
Member Braxton.
Here.
Here's the contact info.
Member Dawson Owens.
Present.
Member Els,
Here.
Member Ford,
Present.
Member Lon,
Present.
Member Orr,
Present.
and Member Walker.
I'm here.
Vice President Hughes, you have quorum.
Great, thank you. I'd also like to note for the record that we are joined by Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott. Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We'd also like to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples whose traditional homeland where we are presenting from and where people are joining us from in what is now the great state of Nevada. To get started, I want to share just a few housekeeping items. First, some presenters and members may join our meeting virtually. As always, we ask for your patience with any technical difficulties we may encounter. I also want to remind our audience that board meetings can be viewed via live stream with closed captioning at www.youtube.com/@nvstateed/live. I'll remind participants to please turn off your microphone or mute yourself when you're not speaking, and remember to turn on your microphone and unmute when you'd like to make a comment. And of course, remember you're on video and being broadcast via live stream on the Nevada Department of Education's website. All of today's meeting materials are available on the board's webpage, and I trust that when board members are not actively engaging on their screen with us, they are reviewing the materials. So with that, I will now open the first period of public comment under agenda item 2. I'd like to remind everyone that comments should be limited to items on the agenda. Please ensure you fill out a comment card, turn on the microphone, and state your name for the record. Additionally, please note that items categorized as future agenda requests are not included in the public comment period. I will also limit each speaker to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by our clerk, Member Hudson. And with that, I know that everybody up north is online today, so we'll start online. Is there any public comment online from the north?
I believe there is no public comment in the north.
Okay, we have one public comment here in the Las Vegas office. Shabura Hannes. Okay, yeah, if you want to come on up and have a seat. Yeah, just right up here. You're on the hot seat. We're friendly, we promise.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to make a quick comment, just expressing my gratitude and excitement about a new I used to be a public school teacher, but now I'm running a private school called the Academy of Universal Metaphysics, AUM. It is the first academy of holistic education grounded in metaphysics and universal love as its spiritual framework. So thank you for having me here. Our school is on the agenda for your review and approval today. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And can you just state your name for the record?
Sure. Dr. Shebra Hogsness.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay, Angie, any written comments that were submitted?
We have 2 comments submitted via email. Both of them were submitted by Greg Statuki. His first comment is regarding item 11. I urge the board to reevaluate the current timeline for administering the high school science assessment. Presently, students take the exam at the end of 9th grade, often before they've begun, let alone completed their career and technical education programs. Despite this, CTE programs are held federally accountable for science assessment outcomes through performance indicators 2S3 under Perkins. If the board reviews performance data submitted to the U.S. Department of Education prior to the 2024 Perkins program year, it will note a consistent decline in pass rates from 30.47% in Perkins program year 2021 to 16.74% in program year 2023. This trend does not reflect the strong performance and graduation rates of CTE program completers, and it raises serious concerns about the appropriateness and alignment of this assessment being taken by ninth graders. I respectfully request that the board direct the Nevada Department of Education to conduct a comprehensive review of the science assessment's timing, alignment with standards, and the instructional support provided to districts. The assessment should accurately measure students' knowledge and readiness, not penalize programs before students have had meaningful engagement in CTE coursework. His second comment regarding item 9, as the former director of the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning, and Education option, I participated in the efficiency study process. At the time, I voiced concerns about inconsistencies in both qualitative and quantitative data collection. I hope these issues have been addressed in the process of developing the final report. However, I remain concerned that the report, while extensive at 469 pages, relies heavily on educational jargon and buzzwords. If the department is considering rebranding offices and divisions as recommended, it should prioritize clarity and accessibility for the public. Names like Future Ready may sound aspirational, but they don't clearly communicate the office functions to families or educators seeking support. Ultimately, the most pressing need for improving agency efficiency is increasing and retaining staff. Challenges such as conflicting district guidance, inconsistent technical assistance, and slow response times stem from understaffing and a lack of clear role documentation. Without sufficient staffing or a plan to reduce turnover, reorganizing offices will amount to little more than rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Though Idaho was not included in the staffing comparison, I offer this for context. When I served as Nevada's CTE director, my Idaho counterpart received approximately $5 million less in federal Perkins funding, yet had 50 more CTE staff and 57 million more in state funding. If we expect our students to be globally competitive, we must ensure our state is equipped with the resources to support them. Right now, we are not even competitive with Idaho. I urge the board and department to focus on addressing the root causes of this, particularly staffing shortages, before undertaking structural and branding changes. Thank you for your time and consideration. Greg Statuki.
Thank you, Angie. Any other public comment before we move on?
No other public comments.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the use of a flexible agenda, allowing me to take items out of order if necessary?
Member Hudson. Member Hudson, I move to have a flexible agenda.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. We will move to the Vice President's report. And so I want to first start with some exciting news and first want to introduce our new student member of the State Board of Education, Ivana Lan, who is joining us from Washoe County. We're very excited to have you as part of the board. Our student representative is always critical and always pushes our thinking. So I know that I personally always enjoy having a student member on the board. And we love, Ivana, if you just want to, I'm going to put you on the spot here. If you would just say a few words, just introduce yourself, tell us anything sort of about, where you're at, where you go to school, and then we will go from there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I'm Ivana Lan. I go to Reno High School. I'm about to be a junior, and I look forward to working with everyone. And something about me is that I have a lot of experience when it comes to different school environments since I spent 10 years at the same school, Mount Rose Academy of Languages, and then I moved on to Reno High School. I'm extremely involved at my school. I do student council, I do NASC, of course, I do speech and debate. Actually, I came back from nationals last week for competing for that. And then, yeah, I look forward to working with you all, and I can't wait to see what's next. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll share our excitement on behalf of the board. It's again, a great perspective to have. The other update that I had was just wanted to give a quick update on the Innovation and Excellence Commission. For those of you that have been following, this was a commission that was formed by the legislature 2 years ago, before this most recent session. And we have been working through sort of a lot of different categories around what we want the future of our education system in Nevada to look like. There was a bill this most recent session that tried to start enacting some of the pieces of the recommendations of the commission. That bill ultimately did not pass, but some of the elements were kind of embedded in other pieces of legislation. And so we are sort of continuing the work of that group, figuring out what the next steps and next phase may look like. One of the biggest pieces of work that will happen is measurement and accountability subcommittee, because we know so much of our system is organized around the accountability system, and that is how people operate. And so we know that that's a critical piece to have to be able to update before the other pieces can start to move and transition. And so that will be one of the big pieces of work that this commission will take on, is there'll be this additional committee who will start thinking about the metrics that may be involved in what our future education system looks like. So more to come there once that group continues meeting. And now would open it up to any board members for any updates and or if there's any subcommittee updates.
Member else, for the record, I just wanted to state that I had the opportunity yesterday to attend day one of the Stellar AI conference over at the Westgate. And I just want to commend the department. They did a great job. It's still going on today. There was a lot of really fun things, a lot of things to move your thinking forward. So I can't wait till the meeting gets over and I can go back. No pressure.
Thanks, member else. Other updates? Yeah.
Member Dawson Owens, I just wanted to give a shout out to the graduation celebration that we had here in the South. We had about 100 youth who've experienced a foster care or kinship care, celebrating them and that remarkable next step for them as they are supported into independent living. Commissioner Kilpatrick was there and cooked for all of us. Congressman Horsford stopped by and gave the students a message. Mayor Berkeley's office was there. She was in council meeting, but Jerry Schroeder was there and talked to the students. It was a great career and resource fair for them, and offering them supports, job hiring on the spot, gift cards, luggage, things that they'll need in their future, knowing that they're always connected and supported here. And I'm grateful also to Assemblymember Mosca and Hafen, who've been champions in this area for increasing supports for students, as well as Senator Cortez Masto. So it was a great day, and I'm excited to see what these youth do in the future.
Thank you, Member Dawson Owens. That's great to hear. Anybody online who has any updates?
This is Member Orr. The at-risk subcommittee met on June 12th, and we had a really productive meeting. We were given a detailed presentation on at-risk and how it was impacted by the legislature, by Superintendent Canavero and Deputy Peterson. We discussed types of at-risk factors that might provide us with more stable and transparent formula moving forward. And we've asked the department to research how the characteristics that we came up with are aligned to academic performance metrics. And they're going to be providing us with that information at our next meeting on June 30th. I just want to thank everybody who's a member of that committee, because it was a robust and really great conversation. And I feel like I'm learning more and more. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Guy Hobbs of the Funding Commission, who over the last several weeks has provided context and helpful feedback as well. And I appreciate that partnership. So that at risk is moving forward, and I think we're heading in a really positive direction. And then I don't want to steal his thunder when he gets to present, but I was able to attend a really amazing event with Superintendent Canavero, the Dean's Future Scholars Program at UNR, and get to see these amazing kids and all of the work that they're putting in. And so it was just a wonderful event. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Orr. I'm going to now turn to Member Braxton.
Thank you, Member Braxton. For the record, I had a wonderful opportunity to interview one of our oldest living principals in Clark County. I believe she's the oldest, Mother Helen Tolan. This was in coordination with the Howard University Alumni Association. And Mother Tolan gave wonderful insight and advice on the relationships between principals and teachers. And I'm just so happy for the opportunity to interview such a living legacy in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, any final updates? Okay, seeing none, so we are going to move to Dr. Canavero and the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes and members of the board. And just appreciate everybody's flexibility in the North, as you may be aware or may not be aware, is a technical challenge with the audio system in the North that we're attempting to replace. And so that's the reason why we've got everybody online here today, but just appreciate your flexibility there. Let me just begin with a couple of quick updates, and stolen thunder today, but that's fine. The Dean's Future Scholars, if you have not had a chance, or by all means do take an opportunity like Member Orr and I did to celebrate with the Dean's Future Scholars at UNR. They're heading into their 25th year anniversary, 13 years under the leadership of Dr. Cruz, in just an incredible, successful program that brings youth as early as 6th grade onto the campus of UNR, and has a culture of really partnership and family that you can sense the minute you walk onto the campus and into a DFS event. So a very fun opportunity for us to get out in the field and celebrate. The other update I had for you is the AI conference that Member Else is anxious to get back to. Incredibly proud of the NDE team for organizing, incredibly proud of the statewide stakeholder group that developed the guidance document around which that conference is largely centered. Very important discussion specific to AI's use in education and for educators across the state. So definitely appreciate that work. Also just mention that our assessment data and accountability and management team is fully engaged, as with the department, or with the different departments within the school districts, in gathering, validating, and publishing all of the year-end data for the upcoming state reporting cycle. As you all know, and as the Vice President had mentioned in his opening remarks, the accountability system and our ability to use it as a continuous improvement monitoring tool is a critical task for us, and an ongoing task as well. We're 3 weeks, 23-ish days since the legislative session wrapped up. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of work, not only just to the finish line, but now once the finish line has been reached, a massive amount of work for the agency. And we are meticulously reviewing all of the legislation that passed during the recent session, and also the budget. So kind of a little known fact, or perhaps one that's not widely shared. And I think Megan just had the biennial budget loaded into the state system this week. And that is a very important event for as folks see appropriations in bills or see funding that occurs in bills, that has to be loaded into the state system, and oftentimes it has to be loaded into budget accounts. And where it's loaded into budget accounts says a lot about the intent of the dollars, in as much as the language in the bill does as well. So a very important aspect this week, or a milestone this week for the department, for our school districts, and now we can begin to review the budget load and prepare briefs for you, the state board, guidance document and briefs for our local our school districts, as well as for our state-sponsored charter schools and the Charter School Authority, to ensure that everyone is informed about the new legislation and as well as the new opportunities. We're also deeply engaged in the process of developing our internal work plans, which will prioritize and guide our efforts, specifically in response to a few things, one of which, of course, is the legislative session, but I'll just enter the conversation here as well around the efficiency audit. So ensuring that all those priorities for the state and at the department level are taken into consideration as we develop our work plan moving into the biennium. Also, just mention, you may be paying attention sort of nationally. I imagine that we might have some press locally. A lot of questions around federal funding for the fiscal year. As you all know, the continuing resolution was adopted. Generally speaking, the federal funding across our entitlement programs, 1 through 4, et cetera, it has been characterized in the press nationally as essentially held flat. We have a few of the title programs that have been allocated at the state level, and we are still awaiting guidance on others. So we're seeing it essentially flat to just a minor decrease in some places, but we're also responding to press inquiries asking us if we have our appropriation specific to the state level yet, and in some cases we do, in other cases we do not. So we'll keep the districts informed. As soon as guidance comes in from the feds, we turn it around as quick as possible for our districts to then work through their budgeting process as well. That kind of leads me into the legislative update, and there's sort of 2 legislative updates, at least for us today, so I'll just spend my time here focusing on a couple of bills. There's also, under the informational, and you see a document, a support document that Amelia had put together for the board, which gives you kind of a quick summary of some of the major bills within the education ecosystem and their impact on you, as well as other boards, councils, and commissions. But as part of the informational, you'll get the initial recap, but I want to focus on a couple, one of which is Senate Bill 81, and that was the department's omnibus cleanup bill. If you've lived through a few of these legislative cycles, we tend to have one bill that is our sort of cleanup bill that creates efficiencies in how we operate. But it's critical, and it was designed to remove and streamline various reporting requirements, and it also includes important cleanup provisions related to our scholarship programs, many of which you're familiar with. Another I would say, landmark piece of legislation from the session is Senate Bill 460, the Education Accountability Bill. That's the governor's bill and the majority leader's bill that were combined. The bill addresses a number of aspects of Nevada's education system. It's almost, 300 pages long. It's complicated, but it also permits districts to select their Read by Grade 3 assessment from an approved list. It's curated by you, by the state board. It revises the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, reduces certain class size reduction reporting requirements. Notably, it also introduces a K-3 STEM literacy pilot and further revises the Nevada School Performance Framework. It also establishes a comprehensive and tiered accountability framework for districts and the State Public Charter School Authority. A core component of the bill is the codification of the science of reading and foundational literacy, which will now require all K-3 educators to complete a specific course on the subject matter. It develops the Nevada Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program and revises the K-3 English Language Arts standards to integrate foundational literacy with STEM. The bill also clarifies and revises the scopes of work for both the Commission on School Funding and the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education, clarifying their roles and responsibilities. It revises training requirements for the regional professional development programs and impacts the Commission on Recruitment and Retention by creating a new commission and sunsets the previous task force. And my understanding is that was a recommendation coming out of the Commission on School Funding. Finally, the 460 allows for the impaneling of the Public Education Oversight Board under specific circumstances and formally establishes a new entity for the state, the Education Service Center. It's a widely known as intermediate organization. We're one of 11 states that did not have one until now, and it sits between the state and school districts in order to support state activities. The last thing I'll just touch on before turning it back over to you, Vice President Hughes, or members of the boards for any questions of me, is just a quick update on the measures of academic progress assessment. From our last time together, we have been able to secure a one-year extension for this assessment for the upcoming school year, allowing for a smoother transition as we move to the sort of post-legislative ecosystem, which I think on our July 30th meeting, we'll have a discussion there related to Read by Grade 3 assessments and the impacts that 460 has had on that. So with that, Member Hughes, I'll turn it back to you or to members of the boards with any questions.
Yeah, thank you for all those updates. Yeah, I will open it up to board members for any questions for Dr. Canavero.
Good morning, Dr. Canavero. This is Member Else. I was just curious what that will look like for districts as far as being able to choose. Some of my colleagues have reached out to me and asked, being able to choose the Read by Grade 3 assessment. If we could get some clarification on that as school districts, because I know that there's a lot of questions about that. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want me just to touch, Member Else? Steve Canavero, do you want me just to touch on sort of high level at this point?
That would be amazing. Yes,
yeah.
Please.
Well, I don't know that I'll be able to meet Member Ells's expectations of amazing, but let me just try to provide some clarification. The intent behind the changes in 460 are to allow for district flexibility to choose an assessment that is comparable to the statewide, let's say the state's assessment. I'll use the state's assessment as the single assessment system for the Read by Grade 3. Currently, it's MAP, and that was what you had previously been charged to do, is to establish just the one assessment and the cut score of that assessment. So MAP and let's say the 40th percentile at this point are the two components. In conversations with legislators, there was an intention to say, hey, can there be some flexibility in allowing for a district to choose a different assessment, but to not impact the efficiency and the opportunity that the state provides to the districts by establishing a contract at the state level with a single provider. And so I think at the July board meeting, what we would like to do is, if everything works really well, it may take more than one meeting, but the actions that the state board would need to take would be to identify the alternative to the state's MAP assessment, the alternative assessment for the upcoming school year, and establish the cut score for that particular assessment. You could do those things at different meetings. You could establish another eligible assessment. And right now, I think Curriculum Associates is the one that for those school districts who are currently choosing to double test, take the state and their district, they're using the Curriculum Associates test. You would be able to say that's the Curriculum Associates is an eligible assessment. And then you could follow on by then saying, and this is the cut score, so that for a district could choose one or the other. The state would maintain its contract with a provider to provide the state assessment. And any district that, let's say, opts out of the state assessment and then uses an alternative that you all approve at a cut score that you all approve, could then be reimbursed for their share, but not to exceed whatever they would have been had available to them through the state's contract. So it provides, we think, and I think the intent here is that you provide the scale and the efficiency and the support at the state level for a single assessment, and then you create a lane or an opportunity for districts to opt out of that state assessment and then move into their own, and then eliminating the double testing. But there's still guardrails to ensure that there's cross comparability, so that a student in District A takes the state assessment, is identified for literacy supports. That same student in District B taking the alternative assessment would, with a high degree of confidence, be similarly identified as needing literacy supports. So hopefully that helps a bit, Member Else, but happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Superintendent Canavero, this is Member Walker, and I have a quick question about that. So July 30th is real close to the start of school for most of our districts. So when we're looking for next year, I guess my question is, selecting those Read by Grade 3 assessments for next year, is your advice for districts to stick with MAP for another year, or do you anticipate having that guidance ready?
That's a good question, Steve Canavero. Our intention is, well, I would say early in the first conversations, it was established as a pilot program for a single school district who brought the bill forward. And we felt like you could do the pilot program in the second year of the biennium, but then over further discussions, we found out to say, well, we could actually do it in the first year of the biennium for a district that wants to take the opt-out, so to speak, of the state assessment, if they were ready. So there's no mandate for anybody other than the state mandate for the Read by Grade 3 and the state assessment, which has been continued for another year with the measures of academic progress. So it's completely up to a district. I believe Washoe County is the most ready, and they are the most prepared to seek an opt-out in the 25-26 school year because they've been choosing to double test for a number of years. But for those districts that don't want any change or want to give it some breathing room or another year, work with the department to figure out if they want a different reading assessment, then there's plenty of time for that to occur.
This is Member Orr. So I just want to clarify that if we don't choose a cut score on July 30th, then for another perhaps curriculum associates as a test, then school districts would not be able to use it for their first read by grade 3 assessment, which is typically in August and early September, correct? So it is kind of really incumbent upon us to make sure that we have a cut score conversation July 30th if districts are to use it for their first testing of read by grade 3.
Steve Camberell, I would generally concur. I generally concur that you would want you would need both. I think there is a world where you can establish we don't want to rush the cut score. We want to make sure that the cut score is correct, and we want to make sure that it's comparable. But yeah, preferably on the 30th, we'd have both of those. We'd have both the alternative and the cut score for the alternative. But we have, again, we have yet to dig into the research to see what's available there to understand the amount of analysis that would be required.
Okay, any further questions?
Just one more. Sorry. Dr. Canavero, so is there flexibility within the AC accountability language that the curriculum associates assessment would meet the criteria for the AC accountability goal for read by grade 3 so that districts still wouldn't have to double test?
Steve Camberell, yeah, I'm in conversations directly with the governor's office about the ACing accountability, but it will come back to the statistical analysis of the comparable cut scores. I mean, ultimately, that's what it's going to come back to.
Thank you. And this one more favor. If I understand there's still a lot of things surrounding it, but if potentially districts could get some type of memo that this is maybe, because everybody's in the process of finalizing contracts right now. So I know for some districts, this is really going to weigh heavily on their decision. So I know you don't have all the information right now, but the best information that you have, I guess, prior to the July 30th meeting would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, thank you for those updates, Dr. Canavero. And I know people are excited to dig in future meetings into some of the specifics of those legislative pieces. One other just quick flag I would make for the next conversation we have, we don't need to get into this now. One question I would love for us to explore is when we did the RFP for the new assessment, it was under the guise of a statewide assessment. And I believe there were scoring criteria that sort of were aligned to this idea of statewide assessment. So I just have a broader question about if this is no longer the way we're operating, does that sort of criteria still hold in what we just did a whole procurement process for? So we don't need to get into that now, but I think it probably is part of the conversation about what the slate of options are. But thank you, and thank you for the specific questions. We know our school districts are trying to figure this out, and all the frantic planning happens over the summer. So appreciate the need to get some of these answers. With that, we're going to move to item number 6, which are informational updates. And so these do not require action by the board. These are reports that are intended to meet statutory reporting requirements and share relevant updates from the department. So as you see posted, today's items include an initial recap of the 83rd legislative session and an overview of the Delta Academy's participation in the Nevada Alternative Performance Framework. One thing to note that we just saw even from the quick update is there are several of these bills that were summarized in information that do have implications for the state board, as well as other boards and commissions across the state. So I would just urge board members to take a look at those, and then potentially during our future agenda item section to lift up any that you feel like would be important for the full board to engage in, knowing that, again, the dust is still settling and we're still trying to figure all that out. Okay, so we're going to move along to number 7, our consent agenda. So I trust that our board members have had ample opportunity to review the consent agenda and support materials. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all materials and request clarification in writing ahead of the meeting. Any board member may pull an item for discussion, or we can approve them with a single motion. Would any members like to pull an item for discussion, or may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Member Hudson, I motion to approve the consent agenda items.
Member Braxton, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, everything on the consent agenda passes. And with that, we will move right along to agenda item 8, which provides an update on the NEPF redesign field study. The board will hear about the implementation of year 1 participant feedback and receive recommendations from the Teachers and Leader Council for our year 2 of the field study. Presenting is Catherine Hoyt, Assistant Director for Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement, and Sue Molden, Vice Chair of the Teachers and Leaders Council. And please begin when you're ready, and welcome, and we're excited to hear your thoughts.
Thank you and good morning. I am Catherine Hoyt, NDE for the record. I am the Assistant Director of the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement for NDE. And joining me virtually today is our Vice Chair of the Teachers and Leaders Council, Sue Molden, as TLC is the recommending body for updates to the Nevada Educators Performance Framework. So our purpose today is to discuss the first year of implementation of the NEPF redesign field study, which was approved by the board this time last year. And we had agreed to come back and give a report of implementation and then talk about recommendations going into the new year of our field study. So the goal of the redesign field study was to provide opportunities for our LEAs to be able to field test some updated rubrics and a new scoring system for the NEPF, just for administrators and for teachers, kind of under the guise of, for one, improved accountability, opportunities for our administrators and teachers to save time in regards to implementation of the system, because there was a repeated call for that when it came to survey feedback, and to kind of move forward a little bit with evolution of the system. So, all right, Angie, if you can go on for me, thank you. The fabulous Angie is doing my slides for me today. So the purpose of the field study does align with our STIP, with Target 2 for strengthening educator development, retention, and recruitment efforts, and then obviously to leverage professional development and technical assistance for all of our educators. Part of our goals too was to provide updated training and opportunities for our LEAs to have more direct feedback with NEPF when it came to implementation and their thoughts. Okay. Thank you, Angie. Okay, so just as a reminder for the board, the NEPF redesign field study was approved on June 12th, 2024. So sorry. Invitations to participate were initially sent to Clark County, and we included just a limited number of schools because Clark County is so large. The districts of Elko, Lincoln, and Washoe County were also invited to participate, and the State Public Charter School Authority. At the time, Washoe County declined to participate, which was okay, and so they were replaced by Lyon County as part of the field study. Approximately 85 schools throughout the state field tested the NEPF redesign rubrics and tools for teachers and school administrators during the 24-25 school year. And we held introductory meetings to support school site leaders who would then provide us feedback throughout the year. We had principal, supervisor, administrator, and teacher work groups that were established in September through May to encourage discussion, feedback, and refine the NEPF redesign for the 25-26 school year with their recommendations. Okay. Oh, you can go ahead, Angie. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Angie, can you please go back? Thank you so much. So we wanted to do some reminders too of what stayed the same with the NEPF, because our goal was not to completely redesign the system. We wanted to maintain the integrity and the rigor of the original standards, because we do feel that it is best practice for our educational staff. So within the field study, scoring domain percentages did remain the same at 65% for instructional practice, 20% for professional responsibilities, and 15% for student performance. Final ratings did not alter from the domains of highly effective, effective, developing, and ineffective. But what did change was the scoring formula. So with a 1 through 4 score being given for each standard instead of each indicator per standard, with the goal of requiring less collected evidence throughout the evaluation cycles. So instead of being required to collect multiple pieces of evidence per indicator within our NEPF rubrics, administrators and teachers were only required to have 2 pieces of evidence per standard. So significantly cutting that back. For the documentation itself, when it comes to the rubrics and the different tools, the total pages of the rubrics were consolidated from 24 pages to 11, eliminating a lot of extra verbiage to create a more concise view. And the total pages of the summative evaluation tool were reduced from 5 to 2. Right. So again, we didn't want to alter the original intentions of the rigor. We didn't want to compromise the original intent, but our goal was to streamline the NEPF and consolidate the document for accessibility, with the hope that this would result in a reduction of time spent on implementation and promote deeper feedback conversations between administrators and teachers, which is ultimately the goal of the NEPF, is to really drive professional growth of our educators. One thing that we did in order to support our LEAs, so they would again have direct access to resources and NDE support, is we created the NEPF Redesign Field Study Online Toolkit. So all of our LEAs had access to any of the rubrics. It was a one-stop shop for our districts to access training materials that we provided, any of the tools and work group calendaring information and assignments within the work groups themselves. We also offered weekly office hour support directly from the NDE office, and we had an Ask a Question Google form if anybody wanted to reach us directly. So we tried to be as accessible as possible, because we knew it was going to be a big shift in a lot of ways. All right, you can go on, Angie. Thank you. So there's a lot of information that we wanted to share with the board just to show you the updates of what we did throughout the school year. I won't read every single word for you up there, since the board has already had a chance to review materials, but slides 8 through 10 of our presentation provide a timeline for actions taken as the field study took place. Again, we had 4 work group sessions between September and May. We did a mid-cycle survey of participants in December, and we did concluding interviews with some participants and deep discussions with our work groups, our NEPF district liaisons, and directly with the Teachers and Leaders Council as the field study was taking place. We talked a lot about summative evaluation scoring and then NEPF implementation throughout the year. Okay, you can keep going for me, Angie. Thank you. All right, so I do have a lot of data for you, just to be clear to the board of the different survey data that we took. So starting with our winter survey, at this point it was December, so it was early implementation between, I would say, July, when we initially had started meeting with districts, July and August, to December, to see how that first round of observation cycles took place between our administrators and our educators, how training opportunities were conducted at a site level to see how it was implemented, per site. We had 256 participants. So it was 209 teachers. So mostly teachers responded, 46 administrators, and then just one principal supervisor. We didn't include them in the principal supervisor in this data because we thought, with only one person, it was too small of a sample size. But we did ask several questions regarding, again, field study site-based implementation, and tried to gather a lot of different opinions. Okay, if you want to go on, Angie. Thank you. Okay. We asked if the consolidation of the rubrics improved clarity and understanding of the standards and indicators, which were now descriptors. About 83% of administrators and 67% of teachers responded favorably, at least to the initial design of the new materials. Okay. Okay. We asked our administrators if they had felt between, say, August to December, if their teachers' understanding of the standards had improved. This was kind of an even split on whether or not they agreed or disagreed, and then also kind of tied into later questions that we asked about site-based direct implementation and training provided. 60% of teachers responded favorably when asked if the shift to descriptors were helpful in guiding their own professional growth. So we took that as a positive. And then if you want to go on to the next one, Angie. We asked school site administrators if the redesign itself was an efficient use of their time when evaluating their teachers, so when they were conducting their responsibilities on campus. 78% at the time responded favorably. And then we also asked if the redesign was an efficient use of time as they themselves were being evaluated either by their principals or principal supervisors. And again, the majority responded favorably. So we felt good about the initial goals of at least trying to save time and being a little bit more efficient. Okay. We also asked for some open response comments because we feel that kind of qualitative data is really powerful for us. The open response comments emphasize some struggles with some site-based implementation and preparation. There was less clarity between standard scores, between, like the difference between a 2 to a 3 and a 3 to a 4 without having the indicators to kind of fall back on in breaking down the standard. Because the standards were scored holistically. And then there were asks for even more calls for training beyond what had been originally provided from the administrative level to strengthen their ability to have those conversations with their teachers and to give that guidance when it came to professional growth opportunities and suggestions, which we thought was very good. When fielding the questions and concerns regarding scoring, we consistently referred administrators back to the performance level language of the standards. We reminded them that if a teacher was not performing at a level 4, which is the highly effective rating in each of the descriptors, and meeting the highly effective performance level in its entirety, then truly they were not highly effective in meeting that standard. And there wasn't a half score or anything like that. It was either they were or they were not. And we recommended that should be the feedback provided to the teachers that they were consulting, along with any suggestions for improvement or growth to reach that target. So that was our consistent fallback when it came to scoring. Okay. All right. Thank you, Angie. Okay, we also took the time more towards the end of the school year. This happened in March to do some open interviews with participants to gather some even more feedback. So at this point, it had been December to March, so 3 additional months. Many of our administrators were in the process of concluding their summative evaluation cycles, preparing to have those final conferences with their educators. We did complete 12 interviews of participants when we did our call for interviews. We did 1 teacher, again, mostly administrators, and then our 1 principal supervisor who was so good to us to participate. The majority of our interviewees, if you want to go on to the next one. The majority of our interviewees responded favorably when asked if the tools and rubrics supported meaningful conversation between admin and educator, and if the redesigned rubrics aligned with the goals of improving educator performance. We inquired about challenges faced during implementation. Several interviewees commented on the mindset shift to the holistic scoring per standard and implementation inconsistencies inside and outside of their buildings. So when they would meet with other, principals or faculty from other buildings, we were seeing some issues with consistent implementation across the board from school to school. We asked them about some suggestions for how we could improve going into the future. I think, Angie, if you want to go to the next one. They suggested creating a checklist to help our admin justify scores when they were having those conversations with educators, and ensuring that they were discussing each descriptor within the standard and that nothing was left out within the conversation to promote the, again, the holistic view of the standard itself and not just parts of the standard. Again, we talked about greater training for evidence collection, for coaching cycles, and aligning feedback with scoring, because that's a very important piece. And then they also called for more examples of descriptors in action across different subject areas and different levels for educators, which we agree would be very beneficial. While the standards and descriptors are themselves, we believe they are best practices. It's not going to look exactly the same in a kindergarten class as it would in a 6th grade science lesson and a high school physics class. So that is something that we would like to work on more for sure on our end. NDE is also hoping to partner with RPDP going into the next year to implement more of the training suggestions as we're kind of learning and growing on our end. So we do have a concluding survey to wrap up the year. It will not conclude until July 15th. We didn't want to overwhelm our LEAs with survey fatigue. At that point in the school year, there are multiple surveys that our educators and administrators are asked to complete. We also have our required NEPF monitoring for continuous improvement survey, which we typically share information with the board in November. So what we did is we, through the power of some skip logic within our survey itself, we were able to add an additional section for field study participants so we can gather their data all in one place instead of asking for 2 different surveys. We were a little concerned about participation if we split it. So I don't, as the survey is ongoing, I don't want to comment on preliminary data, but we will have that data within the next 3 weeks. Right. All right, I know that is a lot of information in a short amount of time, and I still have a little bit more to go, but I can pause and take any questions if the board has questions just about the field study implementation itself for this first year.
Any questions? Sure. Any questions online? Okay, I think we're good to keep going.
Okay. So where we are at going forward is we want to make clear of the understanding that the NEPF redesign in itself is a large undertaking. There are a lot of moving parts. We want it to be something that is not done in isolation. We really do want the feedback and the partnership with our LEAs, as they are the boots on the ground that are implementing the system. We're gathering data, we're making adjustments, and we're trying to refine a statewide system that ultimately is going to impact over 25,000 employees throughout our state. So as we're moving into year 2 of the field study, we are hoping to expand those training opportunities in partnership with our RPDP partners. We have created that optional checklist as an optional tool that administrators and teachers can use as part of their feedback conversations. It's intended to help guide discussion, ensure all descriptors are being addressed, and identify areas of growth. So it's very, very clear. And so what we are asking for the coming school year is that in the interest of, evolution in our education field, best practice, and implementation with greater fidelity, the Department of Ed would like to recommend that the field study be continued with the same LEA participants from 24-25 moving into a year 2 cohort, so we can monitor progress between year 1 and year 2. And then as the recommending body for NEPF implementation, the Teachers and Leaders Council voted to expand the field study, making it an open invitation to all districts. Part of the conversation in TLC was that there were districts, because we kept it so small in the first year, there were some other districts that did express interest. And so at this point, as we're kind of working through a lot of things, if districts would like to opt in to participate and be a part of it, they could. But that's at the recommendation of the board. And it would provide an opportunity for those districts, again, who've shown interest in participating, a chance to broaden the feedback that we get as we continue to make improvements into the NEPF, with the goal of maybe having a final field study year by 26-27. Going along with that will be legislative updates to the NEPF, which NDE is currently reviewing and working through how and when those changes are going to take place, which would likely be incorporated into the field study by that final year, so everyone is all on the same page at the same time. So with that, I'm available for any questions for the board. Again, I have Sue Molden on from the Teachers and Leaders Council if you would like to ask her questions from the TLC perspective. We can go from there.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and for coming back as promised from last year. We're going to start with Member Hudson, who had a question.
There's 2 questions. One is, will educators also have access to those trainings to make sure they understand the rubric, like how the new rubric is and the expectations? And then my other question would be, how would this new system support professional development instead of just the alignment? I guess what I'm looking at is sometimes as a teacher or educator, we get our feedback and then what I think I need to improve on that standard. When I go out and do those trainings, sometimes the admin doesn't agree. So like, would there be some type of alignment for educators to say, oh, the state or RPDP have these sort of trainings that is going to hit standard 3 to help us better improve, or like just to give us some type of guidance, especially for like new leaders or new educators to know where to go?
Those are excellent questions. Kathy Hoyt, NDE for the record. Going back to your first question about the opportunities for educators to participate in training, we think absolutely. We think it's really important that our educators have a deep understanding of the standards, and then also that our administrators have a strong and demonstrated understanding of how to evaluate and how to effectively look for those look-fors when it comes to NEPF implementation. So that would be part of our discussions with RPDP to offer greater support in that area. As part of our initial launch of the field study, we did create training opportunities, and we did offer to all of our LEAs if they wanted NDE to come out and support those initiatives if they were unavailable, because we know those initial weeks are very, very loaded with a lot of information. We provided all the materials for them and support for that, and again, we're available upon request. But it is definitely something that we would like to expand in order to support fidelity of the system and implementation. Going forward into the year, we also have some virtual opportunities that are available through the Nevada Professional Learning Catalog that are currently free for educators and administrators. There are self-paced NEPF Canvas courses that were largely developed, just to give her some credit, by my predecessor, Tina Statuki. And then we also have a series of micro-credential opportunities for educators that at that point in their educational career, micro-credential is to demonstrate mastery and understanding, not necessarily for new learning opportunities, but for educators that feel that they are implementing the NEPF well, they can take the micro-credential courses. We have a pathway for educators and a pathway for evaluators. Doesn't necessarily have to be an administrator. It could be a learning coach or a site-based instructional facilitator that could participate in that in order to earn a micro-credential individually per standard, or earn the entire pathway as a demonstrating mastery in their development for the NEPF. We think that will be an important piece going forward.
as again, there's greater accountability surrounding the NEPF in the coming years. So, and sitting on both sides of the table as a former educator and a former administrator, I think it's really, really important that when you have that individual conversation with the person that you are evaluating or the conversations with your evaluator, that you are on the same page as much as you are. And so I think that really boils down again to the power of that discussion feedback that is providing on a one-to-one basis. So that's something that we would really like to emphasize. I hope that answers your question in a roundabout way.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was having some tech issues. As a member Hughes for record, I had a question and then a thought, and then would love to hear if there's other questions out there. My one question about the data is, do we have comparison data for non-pilot that asks the same questions? And I ask that because I'm wondering, like, how do we make sense of whether this did the thing we wanted it to do, and we would only be able to do that if because some people may be perfectly satisfied with the current system and still have the same opinions, and if the needle didn't move, then it would call into question whether this is doing the thing we want it to do. So do we have that data?
Kathy Hoyt, NDE for the record, we will. We are required each year by statute to do monitoring for continuous improvement with our individual districts. We do a statewide NEPF, what we call the MCI implementation survey. So again, being collected at the same time this year along with our field study participants. But we do ask several similar questions in regards to, do you feel that your evaluation was fair? Do you feel that it lent to your professional growth? Were the conversations that you had with your administrator or educator productive and helped lean towards their growth within their professional practice? So we do have that data annually, and we'll be able to compare it when we do our final review after July 15th. Because some of our smaller districts that participated, the entire district participated, we'll be able to kind of disaggregate some of that data to see full districts that implemented the redesign. It'll be a little bit tougher with Clark County because the survey data we really receive, we identify the district, but it's not broken down so much to the individual schools. But we will be able to see a lot of differences between field study districts and schools as opposed to non-field study to implementing the traditional NEPF. And that will definitely guide our implementation going forward into the next year.
Got it. Thank you. I guess my one sort of thought / push is in my perspective, I think the NDE recommendation of doing year 2 of the pilot makes sense. Seems like there's still some challenges to work out given the feedback, and both probably with the tools themselves and the implementation and people's understanding, it sounds like. I think I have a question about whether we're ready for expansion for 2 reasons. One, it sounds like we need to actually do that comparison study of did this work? And I think we want to be able to answer yes or mostly yes before we feel like we are ready to expand. More importantly, I'm worried about investment of the system. And if we start to introduce something that's not quite ready, it could sort of have the opposite effect where then people are uninvested in the new process. And then if we do widespread implementation, then you have people already disgruntled about it. And that's probably not the best launch for statewide implementation. So that would be my thought. But would love to open up for other questions from board members or other thoughts about the direction we might want to take for year 2.
Member Hughes, this is Christy McGill. I just wanted to go ahead and also let you guys know. So thank you. Kat and her team and her teaching and learning team really have tried to use the progress monitoring of this system. And so the problem of practice that they were really trying to get at is the reduction of time it takes to do the NEPF. And so I think that if you kind of look at the data that most people are saying, yes, it reduces the time. It's not like a huge shift, as you can kind of see. The other piece I want you guys to be aware of course, is 460 is also going to be making some changes. And we'll kind of go through that. And, depending on how much you guys want to be involved around those changes, but I see the changes that 460 has, and then also the reduction of the time it takes to do the NEPF kind of going hand in hand. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, this is a process, and the expansion is just allowing other people that want to try it out to be able to move forward with that piece.
Member Dawson Owens?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the efforts to have our teachers and admin be in the work versus the paperwork more. And I think that's great. Still with the accountability and the idea of those conferences to how we can improve and support teaching. But I also was just wondering, just from my own knowledge, how many of the participants, when they invited, took advantage of that in the charter world? And is that data kind of broken up, by the different areas? And does it meet differently in different needs for different groups? Are we seeing the same kind of results? Do you see any differences?
Thank you for the question, Kathy Hoyt, NDE. For the record, a limited number of schools from the SPCSA were included, the Charter School Authority. We even had a couple of administrators participate in our work groups from the charter schools, which we thought was really good perspective to have. In analyzing the different data pieces, we didn't see a lot of differences between the feedback that we were getting in regards to implementation at the charter schools versus our district LEAs, at least the charter schools that were attempting to implement the NEPF. The work group feedback that we received from the few administrators and conversations that we did have is that they appreciated the structure and the push towards, again, those greater feedback conversations to help grow their practice. So looking at their, curriculum and implementation within their buildings, they were still able to apply the NEPF as it was, again, in the interest of just best practice for instruction and professional responsibilities.
Other questions? Anybody online?
This is Member Walker.
Go for it, Member Walker.
I just wanted to, as an administrator who actually participated in the field study, I wanted to say that it really isn't different, but the change in the conversations you have in those evaluation meetings, it's about the process and about improving instruction rather than how to hit each little tiny component. So they're more holistic, teaching focused conversations. And I think that expanding it would be great because that's going to allow more educators and administrators to say, do they appreciate those more holistic conversations, which save time and really put the focus on teaching and learning? Or do we want to do indicator by indicator, which is much more tedious process and more focused on artifacts and saying the right word at the right time when your administrator's in there, if that makes sense. So for me, I would recommend that we do expand.
Thank you for that, Member Walker. Other thoughts, questions? Okay, the final thing I would just share, and totally appreciate your perspective, Member Walker. I think the one thing we also have to keep in mind as a board is that we are setting an expectation through this vote. And so there's a world a year from now, we wouldn't, maybe, I don't know. There's a world where we might not vote for full scale implementation. And then you have even more people in the mix who then might be disappointed. And so we just have to, again, think about the implications of what happens if we keep expanding and then don't actually go full scale. Then again, that creates a different set of complications. But from the discussion I was hearing, we sort of have three options. Would love to entertain a motion. We can continue and expand for the 25-26 school year. We can continue with the same group only for the 25-26 school year, or we cannot continue with the field study for the 25-26 school year. So we'd love to entertain a motion and see where the board is at.
I would move that we continue the field study and leave it open for additional districts to opt into the study.
Is there a second?
Member Braxton, I second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes to continue and expand for the 25-26 school year. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to item 9. So next, the board will have information about the Nevada Department of Education's recent efficiency study and efforts to improve operations, streamline processes, and enhance service delivery. Dr. Steve Canavero, interim superintendent, will present an overview of the report's recommendations and take questions from the board. Dr. Canavero, please begin when you're ready.
Yep, thank you, Vice President Hughes, members of the board, Steve Canavero, interim state superintendent. The efficiency assessment. I think I had mentioned to the board maybe I guess 2 meetings ago, or last meeting, when I was first named to be the interim superintendent. This efficiency study was top, the sort of top interest, you might say, from various stakeholders, from folks at NAS and others. And so I'm really proud of turning it out after we conducted our final review. Obviously, the legislative session took some of our oxygen from us, but nonetheless, internally finished off all of the final reviews and edits, got those turned back to Public Works, the entity who was hired to do the work, and now have it posted for you for discussion. So under Superintendent Ebert's tenure, this efficiency study was commissioned, and it was conducted by a team at Public Works. It's a comprehensive, as I'm sure you've probably thumbed through or read through the findings. It's a comprehensive study, thoroughly examining our agency's internal structures and assessed our operational effectiveness and efficiency. The study involved extensive engagement with both internal department staff and external stakeholders. And that includes like district personnel, to gather really valuable input and feedback on our customer service and the impact that of our processes. Since we received the report, the NDE team has been reviewing the findings and recommendations, and there's 64 recommendations in total, many of which are long-term, and there are some that are short-term or near-term, as we call it. We're analyzing how the recommendations would be operationalized, what it might look like for restructuring our internal organization, refining our processes, reducing redundancies, enhancing inter-office and divisional collaboration, and ultimately maximizing our outputs with the goal of better serving our stakeholders. We've been addressing several of the recommendations in particular, including our workflows and revisiting our workflows and reorganizing them, improving the channels of communication across the agency and external to the agency, and enhancing our operational efficiencies. So I'm going to get into a few specifics, and I think importantly, I think as recognized by the board in questions that I received specific to the efficiency assessment and having the efficiency assessment published, is it also intersects with your recruitment for a superintendent, and does provide a superintendent with a long-term roadmap on operational improvements that the agency can take on. So a lot of the work that we've been doing I should say a lot of the work of the department, they have started well in advance of receiving the efficiency assessment, knowing that there are improvements that can be made, and those improvements are certainly in line with what we're seeing in the recommendations from the efficiency assessment as well. So I thought I'd go through a few of like the actions that we have taken, and then the process that we're currently going through to elevate actions at the department level to then implement the changes going forward. So to a few of the areas that we've taken action on. A good example of this is in the biennium budget build, the 26-27 biennial budget build. There's a lot of the efficiency assessment that compares us, and I think you heard in public comment compared, maybe Public Works didn't take all of the similarly situated states, but does, I think, do a good job at comparing us to other similarly situated states across the country, in particular around headcount and capacity. And this in the department's building of this biennial budget, which happened in the past December, really leading up to the past December, we had requested a number of new positions, and in the governor's requested budget, we included 19 positions to go forward into the legislative session for the legislative consideration. At the end of this session, which I think is a pretty remarkable feat, actually, just given the forecasted budget, the legislature approved us, of that 19, approved us for 8 additional positions. Very much aligned with the efficiency assessment. And in particular, there's a recommendation around administrative, like a chief operating officer, if you will, for the agency. So we're sort of calling it outside of state parlance or state HR parlance. But of those 8 positions, kind of just tell you where they're located, is in the office of the superintendent. We have an administrative service officer 4. We're working with HR right now around the exact specifications of that position, but to serve as that chief operating officer for the agency, taking some of the responsibility out of Deputy Superintendent Peterson's office and putting it within the office of the superintendent, and then having an administrator there to serve the agency's needs. And also in the office of the superintendent, a budget analyst was approved. We have a new supervisor in standards and instructional support, an office that needs a supervisor, and we were fortunate enough to have that argument carry the day and be approved. In the licensing office, we have another program officer 3, so another individual to continue the work in licensure, not only the processing of licenses, but also the various scholarship activities that we have available to us. In the district support services, we have 2 new audit positions that were approved. And then finally, in our department support services, we have 2 new positions that were approved on the management analyst side and on the personnel technician side. That is also something we're working with HR around. There's some disagreement about the functions of that personnel technician, but we're working through those details with the state HR. So 9 new positions at the agency level, corresponding to various aspects of the efficiency assessment. The cabinet has also, this is a standing item in our cabinet meetings. And I'll just tell you one of the approvals that has already happened in the Student Investment Division, which is aligned to the efficiency assessment. We've restructured 2 offices within the Student Investment Division based upon the recommendation to move the audit unit under the Office of the Pupil-Centered Funding. So a realignment of the audit unit to more closely associate the work. We are, the department has also, and this is where I would say is beginning to tip towards how we plan to work together at the agency to then identify the changes to improve. I think everybody reads the efficiency assessment as an opportunity for continuous improvement. It's a wonderful continuous improvement reflection document. We do, NDEs has a data management project that has been ongoing, and it directly links with the efficiency assessment in that this team across the department has cataloged every report that we are required to produce that require a touch point with districts for a number of reasons. They've done that. Related to the efficiency assessment, we have the opportunity to see reports that leverage or utilize the same data sets, even though they're different reports that we're required to produce, as a pathway for efficiency. And the catalog of reports and the inputs, the data that are required in those reports, we have an opportunity to then reconcile that against our statewide database, our statewide data system, to then leverage our database rather than asking the districts to produce the data and send it to us. Get it done once, right? It automatically uploads to the state, and then the state can utilize the statewide system in order to reach in, obtain the necessary information, and then publish that report. We've been up through the legislative session. We've asked directors in their offices to review the recommendations, review the efficiency assessment, and then the sort of from us, for us line of thinking. Those directors would then bring recommendations to our full leadership team, which is the cabinet plus all of the directors of our offices. And every 2 weeks, we had our first kickoff last week, and then we'll have the next meeting next week. So every 2 weeks, we meet as that full team. And from that group, we are bringing ideas to the table, actionable ideas to the table around recommendations that they see as ways both on the near term, and we're calling it kind of after Cleveland's hardware, humanware, we're actually calling it similarly, that there's obviously hardware, there's structural changes that the department can make and needs to make, but then there's also the sort of humanware side of it in how we work together. Even if we reorganize the org chart, it doesn't always carry over to the new culture that we're trying to, that the team is trying to build at the agency. And so we have the sort of the hardware conversation, and then we're having the humanware conversation. What changes need to be made in terms of how we're structured in alignment with the efficiency assessment, the ideas that the team is bringing to the table to fill that gap, and then how do we then create a structure on the cadence and the routines and the leadership and management of this work, so that we can redefine the collegiality and how we collaborate within the agency. So those happen every 2 weeks. And then we will continue to bring ideas to the table. I think next week we will prioritize the brainstorm list that we had developed last week to then begin to develop a work plan or a process by which we can implement those particular changes. I've also asked and really deeply appreciate our superintendents and NAS. They were, obviously this report predates me, but if you read the report, you can certainly understand that NAS and the team at the and their teams at the districts contributed heavily their time and effort to respond to the public works interview teams, the surveys, and I think you see their feedback in the efficiency assessment. And so I've asked NAS if they would continue with that, and perhaps I think we have a meeting this week to kind of figure out what that might look like as a way of engaging perhaps a work group within NAS, a few superintendents or some members of their teams, to help us along the way especially as we make particular or certain adjustments or changes. We want to ensure that those are felt in terms of improved efficiency and improved performance and outputs that you might say that we have, and our interactions with the districts and the district superintendents to ensure that what's being done at the department, A, they're aware of, and B, that they can see how those changes are improving, if you will, the interaction and the work. Lastly, I'll just touch, there's a lot here, so happy to have this discussion, but there's quite a bit on the recruitment of personnel at the department and what does it look like to work at the agency. And, there's a lot of that's within our control, kind of referencing how we work together, the culture, the climate of the work at the agency, where and how our divisions and our agency is structured, the sort of form of who we are. Those certainly are within our control. The superintendent has large discretion over how the Department of Education is organized. And then there's some matters related to recruitment and retention that are beyond our control. Salary structures, of course, is being one of those. Those are legislatively established. The number of people, we have to have legislative approval for those and in our budgets. But there are some things that we can do around the work environment and the work arrangements to maintain staff. And as we listen to staff who have left, one of the kind of early near-term areas that we're looking into with our state facilities team is we're exploring the feasibility of opening an office in Reno. So for our licensing staff and for those individuals in the Washoe County area, for aspiring teachers or teachers who need to go into the teacher licensing office, that we would have a satellite there close for that for those teachers in the north in Reno, and we would listen to and respond to some of the concerns where staff are commuting rather long distances back and forth to Carson City. And so we're exploring the feasibility of opening an office, ideally occupying vacant space in state facilities, existing already leased facilities in Reno. So what I hope to do is in the coming months, continue to provide you with like regular updates or responses to specific questions that you have around the operational changes that we're undertaking, that are all in direct response to the valuable feedback that's being provided in the efficiency assessment. So with that, Vice President Hughes, members of the board, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you so much, and appreciate providing that document and for all the work that went into that. I know several folks on the board and in districts participated in that study and gave their thoughts and feedback. So appreciate everybody who contributed. I'll kick us off with just one quick appreciation and then a question. So one, just want to appreciate Dr. Canavero, your attention to the human and culture side of this. When I reviewed the report, that was one of the things I was personally struck by, particularly from the open-ended comments, that like a lot of people seem like they are have not been having a great time in their day-to-day work. And so we know that is critical to doing good work, is also that we need to take care of our staff. And so just really appreciate you all doing some work there. The question I have though is around what are the implications of the Education Service Center, and are there implications and I ask because I know some state agencies are set up where they just are about keeping the lights on and doing compliance work, and those tend to be very lean state departments, even though we're like on the extreme side of that. And then other state agencies do more robust continuous improvement work, plus all the compliance and lights and things. So I'm just curious, does that change any of the thinking about what actions would be taken if there is this intermediary who potentially might take on some of the capacity concerns that were named in this, or maybe that is going to be such a small organization that it won't have many implications?
Steve Canberra, that's actually a really insightful question. One, I don't know that we've really opened up for or has entered into the conversation as we discussed with the teams at NDE. I think some initial thoughts, though, there is there is always an issue or a challenge that's confronted by a state education agency as they serve as both the regulator and the support provider with and to the districts. There's obviously plenty of examples of where that can be navigated sufficiently and without real issue. Other times it can come up and be a bit of a challenge. So when the Ed Service Center, it is going to, I think as it's conceived in the in 460, it is a relatively small enterprise specifically focused on school improvement and district improvement. So really to carry out the supports as necessary that the state deems necessary to work with school districts and schools to improve. So I think it's narrow focus. The conversations, limited as they be, have really only centered around student and school supports and what that might look like as a shared responsibility with an existing office at the department. But again, very early in the conversation, both at the meta level, the agency, and in response as we digest the recommendations and then turn those into kind of near-term, mid and long-term actions. But something to think about as we have a new enterprise that has sort of entered the state discussion as a way of working hand in glove with the districts and schools, but then also with the state.
Thank you for that. Okay, what other questions do board members have? Anyone online?
I would just say thank you to Acting Superintendent Canavero. I know that he has a lot of experience at the Department of Education, and even though most of the work tends to be around eliminating silos, just by nature of the tasks and different grants that we deal with at that level, that's a continuous process that needs to be looked at. And I think it's great that you are jumping in with your experience and helping kind of get that ship in the right direction.
Thank you, Member Walker. And I would be remiss if I didn't, call out the deputy superintendents, the office directors, and the team at the department. As you can imagine, if you were to read that report and you've invested, nights, weekends, holidays to try to pull everything together, you might take it a bit personally. And I just have to say the professionalism at the agency, among the deputies, the office directors, reading the report with, again, professional eyes to say, hey, this is a valuable opportunity for us to hear from our stakeholders, from our clients, our customers, if you will, about how we can improve. And also hearing from each other that in many ways, the divisions all share the same aspiration. The offices, folks across the Department of Education share the same aspiration to work in a rewarding environment aimed at a purpose. They're thirsty for all of that. And bringing everyone into a room and asking them to brainstorm solutions was not hard. And it was wonderful to see folks step up and really come to the conversation with their peers with ideas and work through those ideas in a very agreeable way about how to advance the state. So I appreciate your sentiments, Member Walker. I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that there's a team at the department that's keenly interested in this. And I think no matter the future leadership at the department, this will obviously be a key document for them. And they should know that they've got a team that will have already been working on this.
Thank you for that. Any final thoughts, Member Braxton?
I just want to add a bit of gratitude for this report. As I've mentioned, it's so important for members of our community to know the organizational structure of education in our state. And this document provides a wonderful explanation of the different divisions within NDE, the Nevada Department of Education, and how it's structured and how it works. We have members of our community from other states who often compare education in our state to what they're accustomed to or used to. And so this is very helpful, not only for our educators and our state board and NDE, but also for just our community at large. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Someone else going to jump in?
This is Trustee or Board Member Ford. Can you hear me?
It's cutting in and out, but we can mostly hear you, Member Ford.
Sorry, maybe it's a little bit better. I will be at the meeting in a little bit, but I just had one quick question. How does this affect the incoming superintendent? Like, is this saying like this is definitely what we're going to go with, and here's the roadmap for the superintendent, or could a new superintendent come in and reevaluate and make new changes to it?
Is that a question for me, Vice President Hughes? Would you like me to take a first crack?
Yeah, go for it.
Whoever.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think this is a material document for a new superintendent, and I think the new superintendent with the state board and with the team at the Department of Education, I think you could. I guess I'll just say, I don't think that there's a lot of controversy in many of the recommendations on moving forward. There might be some controversy around the numbers of staff and the ability for some of the out of the department's and state board's control. But within the control of the superintendent and the state board and the staff at the Department of Education, there's a lot of work and a lot of improvements that can be made. I think it's a very important document.
Fully answer my question. I don't. So like a lot of it's a very long document, and it's good. I think like some more structure is good. It just needs to be like thought out. Like a lot of the I don't know. It kind of seems to me like we're creating some silos, and it doesn't scream to me like this is a collaborative thing, and I don't see like a whole lot of like at ground level voices being considered in this. So I don't know. I have some concerns with it, and what we really need is something that isn't 469 pages long. With that, there's like a quote, like if you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it well enough. Like we should be able to get a summary of this, and it clearly explains in layman's terms like how this is going to make a difference, not just the strategies that are going to be used, but like a theory of change. Like the theory of change is that implementing this procedure in this way is going to create these results in X amount of years or whatever. This seems like one of those things that you look at and you don't want to admit that you don't fully understand it. So everybody just nods their head and says, I have no questions, but I could go through this 500-page document and give you 10 questions from each page. And I'm a pretty smart person who can understand things. So I actually don't think the board or anybody fully even understands what is in this. And I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that if we take the time to bring in a new superintendent who's going to be what the community wants and all these things that we're about to put into this rubric and whatnot, they need to be able to make changes to this or go in a different direction if they want to. So I just want to make sure that we're not adopting this as a set in stone document or whatever verbiage was used as the terminology for this document.
Yeah, thank you for that, Member Ford. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Canavero, but I don't believe there's any legal obligation to do any of this. I think it's more of like a leadership question about running a large agency, a complicated agency, and like what the next person wants to do with this. But is that right? There's no mandate that they must do what's in this recommendation.
Chief Cambero, that is entirely accurate, and I appreciate the clarification on the question. That's entirely accurate. This is informational for you, and it's informational for the agency to take action on. I will say, anybody who's interested in this role, if I were similarly interested in a role and this document was published, I would be digesting it fully and then be working and asking questions with if I were selected to take the leadership role of the agency, working with the team and having this document would be on the center of the table. And they would any potential applicant who has experience running complicated statewide entities would understand the report fully in what it's saying.
So if somebody didn't have experience running a statewide entity, they wouldn't be able to understand it, is kind of what I'm hearing. I appreciate, I like thoroughness. I just want to make sure that it is a set of resources and not necessarily a roadmap. So I'm good. I appreciate the thorough work that everyone has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Ford. Any final questions? Member Dasanowitz? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you so much for this work. And as I look at the ratio and the load compared to other states that is so high, as well as the salary being the lowest, amazing what you're able to do, we're able to do. And to the point that that Danielle just made, just as the new superintendent should have this at the center at the table. I think we as board members, I would love to have it at the center of the table too, to understand it more in depth and the efficiencies that are needed. And I don't know if it's possible for us to kind of revisit, some of these different sections in a couple of meetings in more depth so that we are more adept at seeing and understanding and helping that process as well. But that's something that, and maybe that's study on my own, but I think, it'd be great to hear presentation at some point from those who work in these different areas and fields about the recommendations and what is necessary.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. And I think might speak to Member Braxton's idea about how does the public understand kind of what the inner workings are and how everything happens. And so that might be a way to sort of chunk that out over time. So thank you for that. Anything else? Okay, well, I'm going to wrap up that agenda item, and I'm going to have us take a 7-minute bio and stretch break before we start with our last 3 items. So we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Okay, okay, we're gonna get started in just 30 seconds here. Folks wanna. Okay, we are going to go ahead and restart, and we will jump into item number 10. The board will, that this item 10 was at the request of a board member on a previous meeting. And so we're going to receive an overview of required assessment windows and timelines with the discussion of possible areas of flexibility to support local needs. Mike Pacheco, Education Program Supervisor, will present and be available to answer questions. Thanks for being here, Ms. Pacheco, and feel free to get started when you're ready.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes, fellow members. Mike Pacheco, Education Program Supervisor in the Office of Adam. I oversee the Assessment Office. We are here to very briefly go over some of the constraints that we have within the assessment calendar and creating that calendar each year. Next slide, please. As I said, it is brief. It focuses on the constraints, some of the things that we have to look at each year as we design the calendar, and that we have looked at over the past several years as we've kind of honed the calendar into something that is kind of consistent over the past several years. Next calendar, please. Next slide, please. Federal assessment requirements are going to be discussed in more detail in agenda item 11, but just a brief overview. We are required to assess math and ELA or reading in grades 3 through 8 and high school. We are required to assess science in specific grade bands. They are roughly elementary, middle, and high. And our assessments must align to a rigorous set of standards. These standards themselves are also something that is examined at the federal level. Next slide, please. Our first constraint is that in September of 2015, the state board was required by a Senate Bill 75 to set a minimum number of days before assessments can be administered. At that time, the board did establish 120 days of instruction before districts and schools are allowed to administer their assessments. That 120 days is consistent with the Smarter Balanced Consortium's policy that 66% of the instructional days be completed before administration. The consortia being made up of states, along with educational experts and assessment experts, did understand some of these constraints around reporting assessments and getting all the students tested. So they did bake into the assessment the idea that the test would be administered about 2/3 through the school year. This is both in the test design, from the beginning of the test design through the standard setting process. The windows that were established after this did leave some leeway as districts, especially in 2015, had quite a variation in their initial start date. There is still some today, but it's a little more grouped together. Next slide, please. Here is this year's assessment calendar. Per our process, this was approved by state leadership a couple of weeks ago and shared with our districts. As those of you familiar with last year's calendar can see, it is extremely similar to last year's assessment calendar, adjusted, of course, for the annual progression of time. We do have the Smarter Balanced Science ACT. We do have a new assessment for the kindergarten entry assessment. That is not run through our office, but through the early education office. And of course, our MAP assessment, which, as Dr. Canavero addressed, we may need to look at that and publishing other dates if other districts are looking at other assessments. Those of you accessing the slides, there's a link to this calendar within the PDF. Next slide, please. During assessment, we work with our districts to validate the data on their end with all of our data recognition corporation assessments. This is a process we go through each year to ensure that student data is most up to date. We do have a lot of students moving throughout the year, so districts will move students, make sure that all their demographic information that we're required federally to report on is up to date and current. After the assessment process, we do go through several other validations, both internally and externally with the vendors. Then all of our vendors do need time for multiple processes. Most of our assessments do have written components, and there's a hand scoring timeline to make sure that all of those written components are scored. And then our assessment vendors are required via our contracts to calculate and demonstrate their validity and reliability measures. They do publish reports on our assessments, and we share those with the federal peer review. All of this has to be completed kind of backwards planning from our NSPF release date in September of each year. So we kind of start there, plan backwards to see when we can administer in cooperation with our assessment vendors to ensure that we get everything done in time. That's kind of all for here. I'm of course here for any and all questions.
Thank you for sharing that. And just again, to give a quick reminder, this came about because, well, we hear two consistent things from parents, families, school district, educators. One, everybody feels like we have too many assessments. And you can see from those slides, obviously, there's a piece of this that's federally required. There's some additional state requirements, and then districts often tack on their own sort of interim assessments and other tools to drive instruction. And so at the end of the day, then you have all these sort of compounding assessments. And we've tried to be smart where possible of doing double duty and sort of overlapping different assessments. And then there's also the issue of we're assessing students before they've have they had enough instructional days, and should we expect them to do better because we're limiting the days not only of the assessments themselves, but then also when they're administered. And so that was sort of where I think this item came from, is wanting to see what flexibilities, if there were any flexibilities, might exist. But we'll open it up to the board for questions, thoughts, clarifications.
This is Member Orr, and I did ask for this item. I would like to know exactly how much flexibility there could be with extending the, even by a week or two, extending the timeline, especially for the Smarter Balanced Assessment or whatever state assessment we choose in the future, because school districts do have such varying calendars. There's, between our largest school district and some of our smaller or medium-sized districts, there's at least 2 to 3 weeks extra tacked on, and schools can go into June, but they're being required to end testing by the first week in May, which what that really means is by April, because you're doing makeup testing that last week. So I'm wondering what kind of flexibility there is. And I do think I've done some, research and been aided in some research, and there are many states that take SBAC that allow for testing windows to go into June and still meet their federal reporting requirements and such. So I was just wondering kind of what the exact limitations are and if there is any flexibility.
Mike Pacheco for the record. Nevada has a very specific Nevada statute stating when we will publish our school performance framework, and that drives a lot of this timeline. Additionally, the last several years, district leadership has asked for earlier data back to districts, and to help accomplish that, NDE leadership asked us to push up when we could get data back. And that did, I think 5 years ago, or maybe 3 years ago, take a week or two off of the calendar. So it is very much a matter of time for our vendor to score the assessment, us to get the data, to validate the data, and then report by that very early. I believe one of the earliest in the nation mandated reporting dates.
Okay. So just as a follow-up, so I know that, for instance, my own school has seen its, proficiency data from SBAC already. So that data is already out. Maybe the growth data is not completed yet, but how long does it take for the department to get that data and then work with school districts to validate it? Is it like, why are the other states able to provide that data a little bit more quickly to schools?
Mike Pacheco, for the record, I do not believe that other states get that data back to schools faster. Primarily, our timelines are based on that statewide reporting, and that does take right up to when we have to release the data by state law.
Steve Cameron, just a quick observation to add to this. It's certainly something that can be discussed and continue to be discussed with the districts and all of the various players, especially as if there's going to be an extension on one window and it compresses another window, which I think is what Mike is suggesting. The review window is compressed. Have a conversation with the districts about that and their ability to meet a compressed time frame. The other thing out there is in 460, the time to publish the data now moves earlier again. I think it's the third week of August instead of, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, the second week of September. Or September 1st? Is that when it's required to be published publicly?
Mike Pacheco, for the record. I am not 100% sure as that is published by the Accountability Office, but I believe it was September 15th.
15th. So it could be a swing of like 4 weeks now earlier. Just to add that, because that's going to be obviously under 460, we have to produce the public facing data earlier, up to 2 to 4 weeks with it earlier, which may impact any. That's a conversation that has to happen with the districts to understand what the testing window then looks like, because you've got 120 on this side, and then you've got August, the third week of August on this side, and then all of the stuff in between, of course, is a conversation to be had with the various folks. So I don't want to like just adding in the reality of what now we have to do and consistent with 460, but it is an opportunity to have another conversation with districts about the calendar.
This is Member Hughes. One question I have, and this might be for Dag Ott. I just like, so hypothetical, let's say the board decided to extend that 120 and we said 140, 150, which would obviously push the entire thing back. What happens when there's a conflict in terms of then some other reporting requirement in date, if then that's actually technically not feasible?
So I think the quick answer is you're going to have to comply with all of the laws, and if there are other reporting requirements in statute that are not movable, that would constrain the board's action to provide extensions. But I'd like to look a little bit more at the specific details of the statutes to make sure I'm not missing another way to provide flexibility.
Got it. Thank you. I saw another question. Was there somebody else over there?
Yeah. Member else, for the record, I think districts would be more than happy to have that conversation again, Dr. Canavero. When we initially had these conversations, I don't think there was full understanding of how much earlier that timeline would set, but I think it sheds light to the larger scenario that we get this data after these teachers no longer have these kids. And so it's really kind of a flawed system in the get-go. So I just have to put that out there. That is that is how the conversation started, is we were wanting to get data back earlier, and there's such an emphasis on the NSPF. But I think the other part is superintendents feel maybe it's not the most valuable assessment. And the data, it's really hard to make that meaningful when those educators no longer have those students. So I think we, as a superintendent's group, would be happy to have those conversations again. Certainly, I know I would. So.
Thank you. This is Member Orr. So I do have a question about the vendor relationship and how that works. Like, if a different vendor can be chosen. So if Hawaii can get back proficiency results in 2 weeks with SBAC, is it a vendor issue that creates such a delay? Or like, why are other states able to get data back more quickly?
Mike Pacheco for the record. Looking at when our window closed this year, May 6th, we did get data back to districts. As you said, you have that now, and it was mid-June. It is the fastest we've done it so far, and it has been an iterative process, constantly trying to improve that. I do not know what vendor Hawaii has. We can certainly look into that as we move into that RFP process. We do know that we have consistently heard at national meetings that we are one of the fastest in reporting from other states. So hearing that, and then that Hawaii is back so quickly, I don't know what level of data they are presenting. If perhaps that's a preliminary score that does not include the hand scoring items. I've heard states have done that in the past. I do not know specifically about Hawaii, but can certainly look into it for you.
And just for the full board's knowledge, think of a multiple choice assessment, and then think of a free response answer that you type in or write in, or a full written response. And that's what we're being referred to as the free response hand scoring. That has to be done by hand. You have to score a written response, as opposed to how a computer can quickly return your results from a multiple choice item.
One other question I had as Member Hughes, just trying to think creatively about what could allow us more flexibility. The law that talks about when the NSPF has to be reported, does it specify what test administration dates go into that? Like, could we publish a early NSPF rating that has 85% of updated data, and then a month later say, and now here's the final piece of data that was sort of lagging? Like, does it get that detailed about which test administration has to be included? It's the most recent, it's this, or does it just say NSPF has to be published by this date? And again, maybe there's some gray area there that would give us some flexibility of like what's all included in round 1 of NSPF.
Mike, do you want to take
I would say I would have to research that. Our accountability group, not our assessment group, does a lot of the reporting and handles those deadlines. I believe each year we do publish the entire NSPF, so that is probably what is in the law. I think if there was flexibility, we would probably take it as a state.
Yeah, and I think it's the full, to Steve Canberro, to Vice President Hughes. I'm just going to look at the language here, but my understanding is it's the full rating. So the quote unquote star rating is published by the 3rd week of August, which you couldn't then create a section and then follow on with the complete picture.
I guess I'm thinking, could you use the previous year's SBAC data and then come back and say, here's the updated SBAC data? Would that still comply with the date of NSPF? Like, does it say the SBAC data from this specific test administration, or it just says the NSPF? Because like, again, that's where I'm thinking maybe there could be some creative interpretation and flexibility if it doesn't specify which set of data points we're including, And then that would just be more of a communication challenge than like a timeline challenge.
Yes, Steve Cambero. Definitely would need to be a broader discussion, because then you're identifying a performance, you're indicating performance of a school on old data, and then you're coming back and correcting it. That could be a bit of a challenge. The third Friday of each year, yeah. That is, it's for the accountability. So it would be the full score that is published at that time, which would require the assessment, all of the full assessment picture to be completed and then turned around and published a few weeks earlier than historically published.
Got it. Thank you. And I'm not suggesting that that's a good idea, just that just trying to get creative on what flexibility. Member Orr?
Thank you, Member Orr. Just one other question, which would be, if the window was extended, but we would expect that the largest county wouldn't extend its window till its last week of school, can SBAC be scored as it comes in? That is, if by May 1st you have data from 60% of students in the state, can you start running those numbers, and then there's still a few weeks while you're getting the rest of the state information in? Or is it required that all students test in the state prior to that data being analyzed?
Mike Pacheco for the record. At this time, we are scoring assessments as they come in. The handwritten portions, our vendors do have a process to try to speed that up. When we had that big push a couple years ago to get our data sooner, they changed their processes. So I don't think as a state we could report partial, as Dr. Canvero was saying. That wouldn't be a complete picture. But we can always work with vendors to see what is possible.
Any additional questions from the board?
This is Member Walker, and I would just say, Member Orr, one of the things I'm thinking about is, as AI develops, I'm wondering how that might speed up the process going forward. And I think in a couple of years, we'll probably be having a different conversation around some of these issues. But I agree with you with the struggles of having to assess too early and making those assessments meaningful for our teachers and students. So.
Okay, if there are no further comments, I'm going to close out this item. Thanks for the presentation and for all the information and for the in-depth questions from board members. We are now going to move to agenda item 11. And this involves information discussion, potential action regarding the Nevada Ready assessments and the upcoming procurement process. The board will hear from department staff and state purchasing about proposed timeline and key activities for securing vendors for federally mandated summative assessments, which we just heard about, those federal requirements were. And the conversation will include the board's role and level of engagement in this process. Presenters will include Dr. Canavero, Anne-Marie Dixon, Bill Taylor, and Ryan Vredenberg. Thank you for being here, and go ahead and jump in when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Hughes and members of the board. Steve Cambero, interim state superintendent. Really important conversation, and I look forward to it, and incredibly grateful for the team assembled today to both be available for questions, but then also to kind of work through the presentation. And again, just a shout out to the Director Taylor and Officer Brandenburg at State Purchasing, who have just been a great partner. I think when I first dropped into the first state board meeting that I dropped into was a lot of an engaging conversation around the selection of the Read by Grade 3 assessment. And I think something that I took away from that was a deeper engagement with you all about how you want to be engaged in the state procurement process, and in particular, the main role that the state board has in the procurement process is around identification of assessments. And so this agenda item is designed to, I think, to help inform about the upcoming solicitation process related to the selection of our federal and state required assessments, and importantly, which role you want to play in that process. And at the end of the presentation, you're going to see like 3 sort of distinct roles, and then we added like an other, because like maybe there's a different role that we just didn't contemplate that you all would have in this particular solicitation, in this procurement process, in order to ideally facilitate a timely selection of the state assessments. And just to be clear about the assessments that we're talking about, they're listed here on this slide. They're the English, language arts, and math for grades 3 through 8. And you saw that in the carry forward from the conversation we just had to this one. These 2 items are close together for that purpose. You saw the 3 through 8, and we talked about it, Smarter Balanced. Also science, which is administered in 5th and 8th grade in high school, and the Nevada alternate assessments across that grade span, and those are for students specifically with IEPs that identify that they are eligible for an alternate assessment than the federally required. It's a federally required aspect of the federal and state required assessments. Our state summative assessment has played a very important role, and that's what we have affectionately called the NSPF and the star rating system. And it's not an assessment that does everything for everyone. It's a summative assessment, meaning it captures the collective understanding or engagement with the standards at the end of the school year. Maybe not as far at the end as folks want, but after that 120 days, 66% of the school year, it's not meant to replace formatives. It's not meant to replace interim assessments that districts provide to monitor and make curriculum or instructional decisions within year. It's largely a measure of school and system level performance. It provides transparency and, importantly, comparative information for everyone, all of stakeholders. And it also ensures, if you look through the sort of federal laws, it's really consistent with the civil rights laws, and it's consistent with the idea that when we talk about all students, we mean all students, and in ways that the federal engagement here on the assessment system can be traced back to ensuring that all means all, and that it's even consistent with a requirement that 95% of students participate in this state assessment system. So one thing I want to mention before I turn it over to Anne-Marie Dixon is, I think, just as a reminder, in Anne-Marie's retirement, we were fortunate enough to keep her on as a contractor at the State Department of Education to sort of, with her knowledge base and her experience in carrying forward this work. And I've asked, and she's accepted, Lisa Ford to serve as our interim deputy superintendent for student achievement. So Lisa's sort of carrying on double duty in the interim role, but we're fortunate enough to keep Anne-Marie, even if in a limited capacity, but a capacity that's also focused on on this particular project in seeing through the selection of the State Summative Assessments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Anne Marie and have her move into the material today, and you can go ahead and advance the slide as she takes the mic.
Okay, thank you so much, Interim Superintendent Canavero. Vice President Hughes, for the record, my name is Anne Marie Dixon. I'm a consultant at NDE. Today on the agenda, we have 3 areas of focus. I want to thank State Purchasing for being with us today. They will explain the authority of the State Board in the procurement of our next State Summative Assessment. In addition, we will have a quick review of state and federal requirements, and we'll ask the board for guidance on our next steps in the process. Next slide, please. So the State Board has 4 areas of authority and decision: the scope of work, the selection criteria, the evaluation committee, and then the final approval of the awarded contract. I will now turn over our presentation to State Purchasing Administrator Bill Taylor and State Purchasing Officer Ryan Brandenburg. Next slide, please.
So, State Administrator or Purchasing Administrator Bill Taylor, I'm going to defer to Ryan to walk through some of the things he's already been involved in here, and I'll save my time for any questions at the end that are appropriate for me to answer. But I believe Ryan is prepared for this portion.
Thank you, Bill. Ryan Brandenburg, State Purchasing, for the record. So with the development of upcoming RFPs, the Board of Education has, in those 4 areas, the ability to set up and create the parameters by which Department of Education can then provide information to state purchasing to facilitate the RFP process under NRS 333. One of the key factors of setting up an RFP is for a steering committee or board or using agencies leadership to provide a committee and have weighed in on the selection criteria for the areas that are most important. So the board may contribute to submitting individuals that comply with 2 specific sections of the State Procurement Act, NRS 333.135 and NAC 333.162. It addresses certain regulatory guidance on how many members must be represented, how many, what a supervisory chain may look like within the committee, and so forth. Once that's selected and approved by the board, that would then come for additional approval to the purchase administrator to make sure there is compliance within the state purchasing regs. And the Department of Education is encouraged to work with the board to identify 3+ members. 3 is the minimum we like to see, but it can have more. The larger you go, the harder the timeline gets to control with coordinating calendars. But that is the decision of the agency and the influence of the Board of Educators. With the criteria, or Board of Education, sorry, with the criteria, the board or a using agency should identify the most important areas of their scope or their request or their problem statement to identify for the committee they will be evaluating to focus in on when reading through responses. They should not be too generalized. They should highlight the most important parts. And there can be, we encourage no less than 3 again on the criteria, but it could have as many as necessary in order to adequately evaluate the responses to the needs of the state. The committee and the criteria help with the selection of finding the solution that meets the best interests of the state. Next slide. So the other area of influence and decision-making authority that the board has would be in the development of the scope of work and the requirements. State purchasing is, we know a lot because we see a 30,000-foot view, but we don't know the specifics that are required for each individual scope of work or need that goes out. And we work in tandem with the departments to facilitate a RFP that answers those scopes and requirements that have come from the using agency. And so each board, sometimes we use steering committees to help represent more than one agency. The director themselves has the ability, elected officials, to meet ahead of time in whatever capacity they would be within the normal operations of what their position or division does. And there's some examples listed here of like focus groups, stakeholder input, town halls. We've seen various resources used and various processes used to gather requirements and needs for an agency or entity to build, government entity to build the requirements that best meet the state's need. And then once those pieces, the criteria, the committee, and the scope have been developed or selected, they should be, in the case of the Department of Education, the board should have some oversight or be able to review and approve those components prior to the release of our public solicitation. So once the solicitation is released, we go into an area where there'll be some questions and answers, and then there'll be a confidential negotiation period. Next slide. This I'll hand back over to Superintendent Anne Marie Dickinson.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. And thank you, Bill, for being here. For the record, Anne Marie Dixon. The next group of slides conveys two important points. First, the federal law that requires an annual assessment, and second, the process and criteria by which that assessment must pass in order to meet standards. The Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, outlines the primary federal requirements for assessing K-12 students. In grades 3-8, students must be tested annually in reading language arts, mathematics. Additionally, students must be tested in the subject areas once in high school. For science, students must be tested in elementary, middle, and high school. All statewide assessments must be aligned to the state's academic content standards, must have appropriate accommodations for students who are identified as English language learners, and for students who qualify for an IEP or 504. These accommodations will be determined through the IEP or 504 process. In addition, states must develop an alternative assessment for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, and states must provide evidence of continued validity and reliability of the state assessment. Our state law requires us to deliver assessments that meet this standard. Next slide, please. Slides 7 through 17 outline the rigorous process by which we ensure that assessments are fair, lack bias, and measure what they intend. I will move quickly through these slides as they are technical, but the point we hope the board takes away is that peer review is an important component to uphold the quality of assessments and an important consideration when we develop the upcoming solicitation. State assessments must align with state academic content standards and be designed to determine the student's understanding of those standards, and must include challenging content and requires the demonstration of higher order thinking skills. All students in public school must be assessed, and districts must be made aware of this requirement. The overall validity for assessments is consistent with nationally recognized professional and technical testing standards, and there are established and documented standardized scoring procedures and protocols for state assessments. The assessment produces reliable, meaningful results, facilitate valid score interpretation, and report assessment results in terms of the state's academic achievement standards. And Angie, I think we're good to be on slide 17. Thank you. What you'll see here is that this is the status of our current assessments for federal peer review here in Nevada. Next slide, please. And next, we have our procurement process overview. We are at step 1 today. As you can see, this is a highly collaborative process, which includes all of you on the state board, the Nevada Department of Education, state purchasing, and stakeholders. Our goal is to have an approved assessment at the end of this process. The feedback and guidance we receive from all of you today will be followed to ensure our success. Next slide, please. This is our RFP timeline. You'll see prior to September, there are a lot of activities that need to take place. This is going to include reviewing the results of the NWEA pilot that took place in many of our rural districts. We're going to take that information and use that as part of the whatever you all recommend for us to do with it. But we do know that we will learn a lot from this assessment and include those findings in our RFP. Next slide, please. Our goal is to have the contract start date approval by April in order to allow our districts to have time to train their teachers, train their administrators, and NDE staff to have time to set up our structures as well. And from here, I will pass it back to Interim Superintendent Canavero.
Thank you, Emery. And so I'll move through this slide and the next slide fairly quickly and then provide a recommendation and then open it up to discussion. So the scope of work, the selection committee, and or selection criteria, and the evaluation committee. And then in addition, obviously, you are empowered to select the assessment. So that you have 4 kind of critical areas. The next slide, we kind of, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, sort of provide 4 different options for you. The first is, hey, the department take the lead, keep us appraised. So that would look like the participating potentially in meetings initiated by the department, but essentially this is department, you run with it and keep us informed. The second option elevates your involvement a bit, where you would participate and provide input. You would co-lead with the Department of Education. This could look like, I think, as was mentioned during purchasing's time in the slides, was creating a work group or other activities so that you can participate in the activities that are co-led by the department and having the state board as a partner in that work. And then the third option, and as I understood it, is more similar to what you all took on if you were here, when the state board identified the high school assessment under, I think at the time, member Stevens. When you basically lead, and then you've got the department providing the support behind the scenes. And then, of course, there's a fourth option. We just put other that perhaps is generated today that we just didn't think about, but we thought of sort of 3 different levels of state board engagement, from being informed to being engaged to then to leading the work with the department providing supports. As we were discussing this at the cabinet level, a recommendation, if you were to choose, or I'm never one for not making a recommendation, so a recommendation that would be the department's would be an option 2. That today's action, you would create a work group that then becomes a partner with the department as we work through that timeline and help you navigate the areas of your authority in the decision making, and then get stakeholder feedback and input to then inform the scope of work inform your decision around the selection criteria, inform your selection of an evaluation committee, so that when it comes time to approve the awarded contract, you have a work group that's been engaged from the beginning that can share with the state board their experience and feel confident in the that you're sufficiently informed so that when it comes time to award the contract, you're able to make an informed decision. So with that, the last slide is just a placeholder for us to, you could probably pull it down if you want. And Vice President Hughes, we can turn it back to you and the board for questions, for purchasing, for the team at the department.
Thank you so much, and appreciate laying out the options and the role we might play. So let's go and open it up for board member questions.
This is
Member
Member
Braxton
Walker.
for the record. Member Walker, do you want to go first?
You could go first.
Okay, thank you. This is a lot to take in and a lot of information to consider. And although there is discussion about this, I'm leaning to wonder if we have to make a decision on the path we want to take today. We can have discussion, but then table our decision for another meeting.
Anne Marie, could you maybe, I know you shared the timeline. How would that, what would the implications be, or is that a feasible option?
I think that the implication would be that we will receive the data from the pilot. So if nothing else, would want to know the engagement of the board as far as looking at the results of that pilot to make sure that we're able to put it together for the RFP. I know we have Mike Pacheco on as well. I don't know if, Mike, you have something technical to add, but I do believe that that is going to be something. I know NAS is very excited to look at that data, and we are going to have time to do a deep analysis of that comparison data.
Just have one unsolicited, Steve Canvero. I do want to just make the slides 7 through 17, like the majority of slides are background information. And I just wanted to make sure that the federal requirements, it's sort of the why, and the technical merits of the assessment are really the what, the behind the scenes that any assessment vendor that is replying to an RFP, if you were to say, the selection criteria, obviously, if they're not a meet standard, then they'd have to explain why they're not able to meet the federal standard for peer review. So it's more of a technical merit, but we just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that, behind the scenes, there are requirements for the universe of vendors that may sift out a number of them from responding to the RFP due to the technical demands, validity, reliability, lack of bias, and things of that nature. So we didn't want to overly, so sorry if that overly complicates, but we just wanted to make sure that the board understood that behind the scenes. But if that is weighing into the rationale to delay a decision, I just wanted to clarify that that's not sort of part of it. It's more of the role that you want to play as we develop the components that the state board is required to act on.
Any follow-up, Member Braxton, before I move to Member Walker?
I'm interested in what Member Walker has to say.
Okay, you're up, Member Walker.
Thank you. I want to say, first of all, I'm really happy we're having this conversation, because one of the concerns I've had over the last year and a half has been that these decisions by work groups are made, and then as a board, we're not valuing that input. And so I think that this conversation is really important, because we as a board, especially I think that option 2 allows for our input throughout the process. I just want to recognize that it's a big commitment for school district employees, teachers, community members to sit on these panels to evaluate assessment tools and programs. And then if at the end it's just kind of thrown by the wayside, it makes them feel like they wasted their time and time away from their classrooms and schools. And so I think that having leadership throughout the process by this board so that at the end there's a shared understanding between what is recommended for the state and what is recommended by our stakeholders, that goes hand in hand. And it's not like we're continually redoing processes and making people feel like their input wasn't valued. So I think this is a great process, and I think option 2 would really allow us to do what seems to be, I feel like the last couple of years, it felt like at the end we were recommended something and board members were saying, wait, why is this our recommendation? And so this allows us to be part of that process, which is great.
Yeah, thank you for that, Member Walker, and I would concur. One sort of question / thought I have is when I reviewed the slides, agreed with your thinking, Member Walker, that option 2 seemed like it was a good balance of co-leadership and making sure there was input throughout, that there was no surprises, but also relying on the expertise of the department. One question though, Dr. Canavero, I had is, feels like it was so long ago now with the ACT conversations this board was having, I would have characterized that as falling into category number 2. Oh. But I heard you categorize that as number 3. So now I'm like, maybe I have a misunderstanding about, because like we did not pass the initial recommendation and then went back through the process, and then the board engaged more thoroughly in the criteria and committee members and those sorts of things. So I just wanted to get clarification. Like, to me, that was option number 2, but maybe that was not the felt experience by NDE staff. So I don't know if anybody can speak to that.
Steve Cameron.
And I know you weren't here, so other folks feel free to chime in.
I only had the interpretation, but maybe that was the felt experience. So I did interrupt somebody, though. I apologize.
Sorry, that was me, Interim Superintendent Anne Marie Dixon. Mike Pacheco was with the department at that time, I believe. So Mike might be able to clarify that a little bit more.
Mike Pacheco, for the record, this is a matter of interpretation. Both groups worked on the RFP process, the state board and the department. The state board, after they rejected the initial recommendation, did take a heavy lead, and it was we were there to support them.
Great, thanks for sharing that perspective. One other question I have just for our consideration is, I know that we don't want to get so in the weeds that every single component we're deciding which way the board wants to weigh in, but I'm assuming like we don't necessarily have to say like it's only going to be a work group, right? We're generally trying to get alignment. I'm assuming of like how we in general want to engage, but like some components a work group might be appropriate, other components it might be we think the whole board's going to want to weigh in on this or have an opinion, so we should bring that. Is that right? That we shouldn't get so mired in the how, but it's more about the level of engagement that we're trying to get clear on. Is that right?
Steve Cambro, I think that's right, and you were going right where I was thinking about providing examples. So if we had a work group of 3 members who wanted to engage in this, then obviously the department, you can see the timeline. We've got district test directors meetings, we've got state curriculum directors meetings. We would ensure that the work group members were invited to those meetings. So they're a participant. They're also helping listen, taking in the feedback that the test directors might have, the curriculum directors would have, the Council to Establish Academic Standards might have, the Technical Advisory Committee. So we actually also have a state board partner to help the interpretation, to help with us as we make sense of the various stakeholders who are providing input. So then it becomes sort of more continuous there, and then also recognizing when we have points of bringing it to the state board for full board consideration or full board input. So we might bring the draft selection criteria, and maybe that selection criteria, something I heard is, hey, quick turnaround of the assessment results, including performance tasks, if there are those. That's something that the state board cares about. At least that's what I heard in the last conversation. That could be a component of the selection criteria, and then also building up the selection criteria from the feedback that we're obtaining. This way, there's just continuity between the board, the department, and then the especially around those areas where you have important authority around the scope of work. That's an important aspect of the RFP, obviously. So I does that help? Because I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just providing like maybe some concrete examples of what it would look like under option 2.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That all makes sense. So I have a suggestion, would love reactions. Member Braxton, and I think I heard Member Ford, you also have maybe concerns about a decision today. I am wondering, because my understanding is this is not like a legal vote we're taking, like we are aligning as a board on how we want to engage, which is more about operating procedures. And so I don't know that we are bound until the end of time. We can change our mind. So I do wonder if we sort of align on where we want to start and what we think sounds like the best option. And then once we engage in the process, maybe we agendize and do just a quick like reflection, step back. Is this working for people? Is this not? Is this what you expected? And then adjust course as needed. Because I don't know that, again, I don't know that it's like undoable if we're like, this is where we generally are at today. So that would be my recommendation, is that we still try to align like which of those feel most appropriate for the board's engagement, see how that goes, and then revisit if needed. But I don't know if that sort of speaks to some of your concerns, Member Braxton, or not, about sort of jumping in today.
Somewhat. So when I look at the options, item 1, option 1, participating in meetings and initiated but being kept apprised, doesn't allow for the input, the type of support that we can provide, nor what we're expected to be a part of, especially those of us who are elected. And then item 2, when we have this efficiency report, provided to us, and knowing that there are gaps with that and how that could play into support, how would that work if we co-lead? The third option, leading the work, having SBE lead the work with department support, well, we are limited by resources, and we will rely on getting information timely from the various divisions, and waiting on those responses in order to move forward could also put us back to option 2, right? So I'm not really happy with any of the options. I'll just put that out there, right? Because I do see that it would be scenario based. What are we looking at? What are we addressing? I would hope that there would be complete collaboration and timeliness with gathering information. That is my utmost concern.
Yeah, thank you for that. And if there's a fourth way, please put it out there. Yeah,
I'm thinking.
Yeah, Member Ford, I'm going to go to you next.
Did somebody ask for a fourth option? Van, are you in luck? Okay. I want to revisit something that I have brought up several times during board meetings, and that is what would be a fourth option, which other states like Louisiana and Nebraska have done, would be to develop their own assessment that still meets all of the critical elements under ESSA, but are more aligned with local values and instructional priorities. So there is a fourth choice not being presented to us. I already had that written down. And I would like the board to discuss including in the scope of work an option or a pathway for Nevada to develop a pilot that is educator developed, for assessment components while it still meets the critical elements for compliance. And now the way that the critical elements for compliance were presented to us was a little bit hard to understand, at least for me and my ADHD brain. So I broke them down into 4 groups. And this is the federal compliance anchors that any state assessment system must meet under ESSA. Technical quality, validity and reliability, accessibility for all students, fairness and lack of bias. Under alignment and rigor, they must be aligned to state academic standards, cover the full depth and breadth of standards, reflect college and career readiness expectations. Regarding inclusion, they must have accommodations for students with IEPs and English learners, a 95% participation rate, and alternate assessments for 1% of students with significant cognitive disabilities. Reporting and use standards, individual student score reports, data used to inform instruction and school accountability. That's all that is necessary to be included in a universal state assessment. These are not tied to any specific vendor. They are principles. Many states do meet these through commercial tests like SBAC, but others have built their own systems that still comply. Now, in the past, it has been mentioned that there could be some concerns about cost or feasibility, but other states have shown that it's possible. And I want to make sure that we don't lock ourselves into another 5 to 10-year contract with a vendor solution that limits our long-term flexibility that it seems like the community is very clear that they want. I did a little bit of research, and in case anybody is wondering what it could look like, what something we actually could do, it would be like starting with a small cohort of Nevada educators, creating sample assessments that are aligned to our standards and reflect the kind of learning that we actually want to see. We would use a pilot approach running side by side with the existing vendor test, probably MAP, and evaluate the outcomes, the reliability, and the instructional alignments. This is just like a vision of what it could be. If we decided to go this route, it could be something like this: parallel development in year 1. It would include a clause in the scope of work for a parallel assessment innovation track led by Nevada educators, supported by NDE, to pilot performance-based or standards-aligned alternatives for future scaling. This would be used to identify 3 to 5 districts to participate voluntarily, both urban and rural. We would assemble a Nevada educator assessment cohort, teachers, curriculum experts, and assessment designers, partner with a higher ed or nonprofit assessment for psychometric support. Year 2 would be field testing, pilot educator developed tasks in reading, writing, math, or science, collect data on student experience, scoring, reliability, instructional alignment. We would train local scorers or use AI-assisted scoring with human validation. Continue using commercial assessment statewide, no compliance risk. And then in the 3rd year would be a board decision where we compare the commercial and the homegrown system outcomes. We use real classroom feedback to inform future contracting or scaling. And if it is strong, then we scale that Nevada developed tool statewide for full use in future cycles. That is one idea that I have, but I also want to reinforce that we have a lot of resources. We're not just any state, we're Nevada. We include Las Vegas, Nevada, which has all of the hotels. We have all of the athletics now. There's a lot of money here. There's a lot of people that would love to be part of something like this. And we also have Vegas PBS, which is a huge resource for us. So, and I happen to know those are not even the biggest resources. We have thousands of educators that are biting at the bit to join something like this and help be part of the solution. I don't know if anyone was following Clark County School District during COVID and the pandemic, but when we saw plans months and months and months and months that were not good enough for our city, I called out for the community, and I worked with over 1,000 educators. By the way, some of these people were under JARA, okay, and could not give their ideas to the leadership, and secretly joined this group. There were charter school people in it. There were nonprofits. It was truly nonpartisan. Came together
and came up with real innovative solutions, including developing a core curriculum. The educators, I mean, these are like, I don't want to name names, I'm not going to like out anybody, but these are people who are doing the work on the ground, who see the big picture, who know what our kids need, and they were able to develop what should have been a standard curriculum that we could have even just put on Vegas PBS or Channel 4 when kids were at home. Like, we don't need to really overcomplicate it. I promise that our people have the answers, and if we empower them with the resources that we also are very privileged to have being in Nevada, we could do something like this, and we could really make history with a new way of doing a homegrown program and stop being reliant and dependent on outside curriculum and assessment vendors. So those are my thoughts. I would love the board to discuss option 4 and possibly determine if they want to move forward in something like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Ford, and appreciate you always bringing the fourth way. We can always count on you for some creativity. I guess one question I have before we open up to the board for any thoughts is more maybe for purchasing and procurement. So the way I understand it, if we were to think about a pathway that Member Ford just talked about, I see 2 possible pathways. Option 1, which could happen anytime, some entity, group of people, whoever could come together, they could create the thing. They would have to comply with all the federal requirements and things, and they could compete alongside any vendor, right? They could say, here's our product. We want this to be considered alongside these other options. And then the decision-making could choose that, or they could choose something. So that's one pathway I see. The other pathway I see, which I think was more related to sort of the timeline you laid out, is that we would, the length of time it would take and still be in compliance federally, you would have to run parallel tracks and say, we're going to still select something, but we're going to maybe shorten the contract terms, the length of time. And then if there were appetite, I don't know where this would originate at the state level, to engage in some sort of process for our own development. Again, I don't know how that would happen, but I think we would still have to select something in the short term, but then not limit our contract terms. Is that right? Or do you all see it differently in terms of, like, if that were an option in the future, like what is the pathway to get there?
Ryan Friedenberg, for the record, state purchasing. Yes, those are pathways that we do see. There are state agencies that, I mean, there's still a procurement portion in even having a state developed, owned. It is not a bad idea to have to reduce IT debt across the state in terms of who owns what system. I believe that's looking in the direction the Member Ford had brought up, where the state owns the solution, controls the updates, the development, and so forth. And there's ways to move forward through that. And you can work on that solution, if I understood your question right. You can work on that solution as well as follow a procurement or look at options within a statewide contract for like off-the-shelf solutions, which there's opportunities that exist within procurement. It's not just a single path forward.
Thank you. And then I have just a procedural question, Dag. I think that in terms of the item that's agendized, we need to decide on this particular piece. And then if the board wanted to have a conversation around, do we want to engage potentially in exploring creating our own, we would have to agendize that as a separate item and then vote on that. Is that correct, since that was not how it was worded in the agenda? Or is it broad enough to do both?
My initial inclination is the same as yours, is that it's not broad enough to allow the board to design its own assessment as agendized. I'll take another look to confirm.
Okay. So I would suggest then, if we could narrow our focus right now to decide on do we want to agree to one of these levels or not? And then Member Ford, if we, in future agenda items, if you want to put that on there, and then we can agendize it and have the conversation. And I think we can do those in tandem, because we won't get to the point of contract terms or timelines and before we could have that conversation, so that we're not, sort of eliminating that as an option.
I'm not in support of that because while that sounds great in theory, that's not how it works out. And if we were to actually move forward with something, it's going to be tabled and it's not going to be of high importance and priority to develop something like this. Things happen under pressure and urgency. In fact, in the business world and any organizations that are going to go under unless they innovate, they see urgency and intuitive decisions as like an asset. And so something like this would need that pressure, first of all, to be able to get the decision because it is so, big and innovative. And right now is the time to do it because we're going to lock ourselves into something for several years. Otherwise, I think it's better to wait 2 weeks, or put a special meeting on or throw it into the July meeting, move the calendar back a couple weeks if necessary to actually give this idea a fair shot. I don't think that it's going to happen otherwise. And I also want to just put on the record that there's a lot of opportunity here. I really appreciated that that insight to kind of give me some validation that it is actually doable. I did 4 years on the CCSD board at a time when we were looking at major horrific budget shortfalls. It was just so terrible. But I have been in rooms about funding of education, and I have heard the commissioners talk about it, and I've been in meetings with the commissioners about the sales tax and not wanting to put it towards education, and the legislators who don't want to fund education. This is actually an opportunity to create some sort of statewide assessment that we could then go license to other states. How do we fund education? Everyone's always asking us, come up with new ways. Don't raise taxes. Don't do this. No one has any ideas. There's at least one idea. We have Vegas PBS. It's like the largest, network in, I want to say like the west side of the country. And we have the resources actually to make this incredible. There are people here in the tech community. We have a thriving tech community. We have AI right now. We have, these billionaires that live here that want to be involved. And if we put a time crunch on a project like this, that is not only going to transform the state and the students, but also potentially help fund education, they would get it done. It wouldn't take all of these meetings and everything if we actually brought people in with the knowledge and the resources who build things all the time to help us. So it's doable.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think that you need any to convince us that it's a worthy topic to explore. But I do want to follow Dag Ott's guidance here, and I do want to ask for a motion on the particular topic that was agendized. So if y'all want to think about that, Dr. Canavero, I see you trying to get in. So if you want to say anything, and then if we could decide how we want to move forward on this particular agenda item.
Steve Canavero, so thank you. And thanks for the insightful, from Member Ford's insightful discussion and vision. Just to maybe help how the department was thinking about sort of this agenda item, in the activity, in the presentation, we have a July 30th meeting with the state board. We sort of saw it as two. The first was the process that you all felt comfortable with, agnostic to sort of the outcome, but just what process would make you all feel comfortable going through as you engage not only your own vision, but also the stakeholders sort of that surround this space. And then on the 30th, an agenda item that you could clarify your vision as a important stakeholder for the assessment system, like clarify your vision on the 30th as part of that process that you might agree to today to say, hey, we would feel comfortable if the process included us as members of the working group or as a leader or as inform, like 1, 2, or 3. So it was more like process agnostic to outcome, and then engaging you on the 30th in terms of what your vision might be for as a key stakeholder for the assessment system. So that was just our sort of thinking about the order of operations.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think Member Dawson Owens has a comment, and there's a few other quick clarifying questions, so we will go around and get to those.
Thank you. Member Dawson Owens. Yes, I'm grateful for this opportunity for the board to consider their role in the process of RFP. And I think that we kind of saw, even though I'm new, that we did not want number one just kind of being informed. I don't think we're ready for number three, which is to take the lead on things. I don't think that's a capacity. I think we can move forward co-leading. And like we said, we can adjust if we feel that, oh, now we think we are capable of leading, or we no longer want to co-lead. We just want to be informed. But I think for now, I feel comfortable with the motion going forward with this in two. And as you said, refining that vision next meeting and adjusting because nothing is set, but that we know how we're operating.
Thank you. Member Hudson, did you have a question?
No.
No? Okay. Okay, let's go to this side. Member Else and then back to Member Braxton.
Yes, I love the discussion. I'll be honest with you. But the one thing that I wanted to bring out that I think would maybe be cohesive to option two is we have a member of the Commission on Innovation and Excellence. It's also on the Board of Education. And I think there's a lot of other groups right now that are looking at different ways of accountability and assessment and different things. So I think there are many stakeholders that if we were involved in the process that could also be involved in that. And again, break down some of the silos and maybe create a more collaborative scenario. I think a lot of people have a lot of different ideas and passion about this right now. So it's well worth our time to discuss that and look at it different ways. So I just want to acknowledge that this is a perfect opportunity and a perfect time for us to work collaboratively across the state for something better for our kids.
Yeah, thank you, Member Else. And that was a big topic of conversation at that innovation meeting. There's 3 entities that have legal authority in some form or fashion to play a role in the accountability system, and then also the role of the department. And so there is a lot of questions about alignment right now and how do we make sure they're all not going in different directions as we develop this vision. Yeah, Member Braxton, and then I think Member Orr, were you trying to get in as well? Okay, so I'll go Member Braxton, Member Orr.
Sure. Well, I too appreciate robust discussion, and this is definitely worthwhile. Although we don't have a perfect situation right now as far as our options, option 2, providing that it allows room for growth so that we can incorporate an option 4, so that we can include more stakeholders, greater stakeholder input, making this a community accountable effort, I think would be a doable option, knowing that we must grow, we must be more collaborative, we must look at the resources that we have here, as Member Ford mentioned, but to move forward, nonetheless, knowing that we must continue to grow, we must continue to get this input is essential.
Member Orr?
Thank you. I definitely think that number 2 is the best option to move forward with at this point. And I do think that there is some expertise amongst our board members that could really be helpful in building greater relationships with other stakeholders and in helping think through design of an assessment or the RFP process. So I'm very happy with option number 2. And I just want to note, we earlier saw an efficiency report that talked about how understaffed and underfunded the department is. And I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind as we throw out things. I understand that there are a lot of stakeholders that might support our efforts, but when it comes down to it, it would be the department that would have to have the heaviest lift. And states like Louisiana that have developed their own assessments over the last 25 years in various forms have done that with 750 people in their state Department of Education. And so I just want to make sure that we aren't expecting some things from the department that that can't be done. So thank you.
Member Ford, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I also, in hearing my fellow board members' comments, it seems like everybody is very open to discussing new solutions and being innovative and bringing everyone to the table. So I look forward to that. I also do think that a lot of changes are going to come depending on who becomes the state superintendent. So it's really not even worth drawing a hard line and being like, yes, let's all discuss this one thing right now. So I'm going to support number 2, but I'm going to put on the record right now. Again, I told you I did 4 years on the CCSD board, and I know that I speak about that like I did 4 years in jail, but it was basically that. And I'm not here to play, truthfully. It's now almost July, I've been on the board now for 7 months, and I've been saying the same exact thing every single board meeting, basically, since the first one. I have innovative ideas, educators, this and that. And I don't think it's anyone at this board, nor is it at the department level's fault that things go so slow. It's bureaucracy. It's a lot of the laws that have changed over the last, 12 years or so. But Nevada actually did used to, before Chromebooks, before No Child Left Behind, educators were creating these assessments and formative assessments. So it's doable, and there is already a structure to follow for that. So I'm just going to make it clear for everyone here right now on this board that I am very, very, very looking forward to getting a new state superintendent, revisiting this conversation by the end of the year, and being able to present this vision and have like a fully, robust conversation about it and get everyone's opinions on it. And if that does not happen, I'm going to lose my mind. So that's not like a threat. That's what I'm going to do if it doesn't happen. And that's probably going to look like a media tour, because I'm not doing another 3 years after that, just being told meeting after meeting that we will have a chance to talk about something in a few months. So that is my boundary line in the sand, and I'm really looking forward to innovative and collaborative opportunities with all sorts of groups, and of course, especially the people at doing the work at our schools. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Member Ford. The last thing I would just share on this is we sort of lay out what Dr. Canavero mentioned, is sort of thinking about how we want to engage, and then sort of the vision conversation on the 30th. I would just encourage all of us to think about what are we trying to solve for. And my guess is that if you went down this line, we would all have a very different answer to that, and our stakeholders would also have a very different answer. So just be thinking about that as we gear up for sort of the vision conversation, because we'll have to, align on that before we can even talk about how. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call, ask for somebody to make a motion in terms of, given it sounds like there's some general consensus with board members of where we think we should start, and then we will see where we're at.
Member Braxton, for the record, I motion to move forward with option 2, to participate and provide input, co-lead with work groups and or other activities co-led by NDE and State Board of Education.
Is there a second?
Member Hudson, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you all, and thanks for a good, robust discussion. So we're going to move into our final item for today. So this is finalizing the state superintendent search criteria and recruitment process. Board members have received draft materials in advance and will work today to finalize specific criteria to include in the public posting. The discussion will also cover the application components, evaluation methods, and a proposed timeline, along with any legal guidance we may need along the way. Our goal is to have a posting launch July 1st. And just to do a quick recap of where sorry, got to turn my mic back on. So on April 3rd, if you recall, we had a special meeting to discuss the superintendent vacancy. At that meeting, we reviewed materials from previous state superintendent searches, including a previous job description that was used the last time. The board engaged in a discussion about additional qualifications of skills that felt important to include, and what other components they wanted to be true of the process. The board approved a motion to give allowance to update the job description given that conversation. We talked about having stakeholder engagement conversations and developing a survey to solicit public feedback. So that was sort of the first piece of this. Then during our May 14th meeting, the board received a presentation that shared high-level trends from the survey feedback. During that discussion, individual board members shared additional feedback that they had heard from their constituents, and a request was made at that meeting to see the full set of data from the survey responses, which was provided for this meeting today. So that was part of the materials that were posted. And so depending on how the discussion goes today, this is the proposed timeline for the search and the next steps. So our goal would be to post the position on July 1st and keep that posted for 20 days, so through July 20th. After the 20th, NDE staff would take several days to redact all the information from those applications. They would then post those applications, in which time the board would also have access to them with redacted information. The full board or subcommittee, which we'll talk about in a minute, would review and score applications. During the July 30th meeting, we would then ideally have our final slate of candidates. And then the goal would be likely to hold a special meeting early in August for finalist interviews. The last thing I'll share is sort of depending on where the board lands today in terms of process and how much we need to work through or not. There is a world where we would have to extend, but this board early on indicated they wanted to have a efficient and quick process. So just keep that in mind as we're figuring out kind of all the next steps. So a few goals of our time today. We want to, most importantly, finalize the job description so we can get that up July 1st. We want to decide on a resume review process to narrow down the list of candidates and decide on a process to develop interview questions. And so with that, I'm going to take this in pieces. And so we'll kind of go piece by piece, and we'll start with the job description. And so what I would love to do first is remind the board. So what we did after that April meeting, let me pull this up. So some of the things at the April meeting that the board talked about being important to include were committed to all students' success, visionary leadership, someone who's collaborative and approachable, strong communication skills, integrity and ethical decision-making, innovative and forward-thinking, knowledgeable in education policy and practice, equity-focused, resilient and adaptable, and a student-centered mindset. So those were the specific qualifications or profile skills and qualities that this board brought up. When we cross-referenced that with the old posting we reacted to in the April meeting, we saw a lot of alignment with the things that the board brought up and what was there. And so before we do the final pass of the posting, wanted to see if there were additions, edits, subtractions, any cries of outrage of any of those things from the board, particularly given any additional conversations you've had with constituent groups or any of the raw data you saw from the survey comments that we feel like is missing or that we want to characterize differently in the job description. So we'll have that discussion, and then we will sort of solidify hopefully what we want included on the posting, and then we'll move to the process. So let me stop there and open it up for board members based on what you saw from historical postings, what I just read in terms of the criteria that this board said was important, any other final thoughts, additions, or changes we want to make. Anybody online? I wasn't seeing anybody down here.
This is
Member
Angela.
Orr, were you coming up? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I do think that there's just one criteria that I would like to just have the board weigh in on. And is it possible if I just bring up one thing for us to hone in on it? It's the requirement to have been a classroom teacher. And so I mean, obviously I'm somebody who respects that profession. That was my job for a long time. I believe it gives you a lot of understanding of certain aspects of the job, but so much of the role isn't necessarily connected to the classroom that I'm not sure that that skill set is a mandatory must for this job. And so I was just wondering what other board members thought about that.
This is Member Walker, and I'll concur with that.
Member Orr, the thing I would add, this member who's the record, is in the first conversation, I think one of the things we talked about is like depth of expertise, which I think, in my opinion, could come from a lot of places and likely from a depth of expertise in the education system, which could be as a classroom teacher and many years of experience. It could come from leading, it could come from a central office staff. So I sort of see that depth of expertise as the category. And then maybe the way that one demonstrates that could be a variety of pathways that could include, strong, time as an educator. My perspective is like that one should be more generalized maybe on the description and not saying like you must have X number of years. And I think other folks on the board also said like year requirements maybe didn't make sense for the posting. Other thoughts about that? Or
Member Braxton, for the record, I do recall us discussing having classroom experience. The depth of expertise, however, is very important because it does not have a timeline on someone's experience in a particular role. And so it would be a whole picture of that person's ability to lead and collaborate with various aspects of our department.
Member Ford.
Can I just get clarification on like, let's reverse engineer this. At the end of this item, we walk away with what, a rubric that we agree to? Is that was correct, right?
At this part of the item, the idea is that we have solidified the list of qualifications so that then we can do one final update to the job description to get posted, and then we'll move to sort of the selection process. This is just getting the posting out.
Okay, and then there isn't, except for the community responses, there's not any document that I should be looking at that is like a suggested list of qualifications already. What are we working from? Just the community responses right now?
So we are looking at the initial artifact that we had was a former job posting. So that was shared during the April meeting. So it's still posted on the materials. So that was sort of the base level document. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying because that might have been confusing.
I'm just used to like with CCSD, which is the only experience I have. If you're going to reference another document, it would be like put into the reference materials for that one, so you don't have to go back to certain meetings. And then actually like re-stamped with the date, and so you keep it organized. But okay, so first we are developing a application, and we're going based on what the discussion that we had that we wanted in a leader, as well as this very long list of what the community wants, right? Okay. There's some things I would like to make sure is clearly articulated from my perspective and from what I believe is the perspective of my constituents, that I would really like somebody who has demonstrated experience in Nevada's education system or a deep understanding of Nevada's regional, rural, and governance context. And I also would like to, if that's number one, I have three. Actually, I have a couple and then another suggestion. Okay. I would like to, this is my biggest one, okay? If I'm going to die on any hill, it's going to be this one. I would like to make it very clear that we are looking for somebody who is pro-public education, and I would like them to provide something that is a track record of commitment to strengthening public education systems over privatized or external reforms. And I'd like it worded just like that. And I think that we need to also, like a big thing with an, of course, obviously I ran all this, responses through my AI. So I got, the themes that are coming up, and the themes that the community wants is communication and leadership. But I think that needs to be broken into two that we look at. We need to look at how somebody communicates with their internal team. And that's really important because you do not hear about that when they're currently in the role. You'll hear about that later. So that is something that we should look at, like maybe references from other people that worked with that person. And then public engagement and responsiveness, like how that person has communicated in the past with the media and with, constituents, and being transparent and inclusive in decision making. And then I think we should also talk about, like, I know we're going to put these qualifications out there, but then they're going to come back to us. So we need to determine like which ones are the most important, and are any of them going to be like weighted, or are we doing like some sort of, 1 to 5 scale like we do with our educators? I'm good right now. I'm interested in hearing what other people have to say.
Thank you for that. Other additions or things that folks want to highlight about the posting?
Member Braxton, for the record. So I'm looking at the last item that we had. I think, oh gosh, which meeting was this? But anyway, this was the draft job posting for superintendent. And so there are about 17 qualifications that were mentioned, and these are general. Is it, do we want to be specific with some of these items? I guess that's the question right now, right? So looking at the qualifications that were listed, how specific would we want to be on any particular one?
Yeah, it's a great question. I can give you my take, but then others weigh in, particularly if there's sort of a legal implication here. One of the things when we took the April conversation and then compared that to this, we saw a lot of overlap. And I think it was meant, the posting that was there was meant to be a little bit more general, because it is really, as we're going through applications, that lens of the more nuanced piece is going to be what we're bringing to the selection and who we decide to move forward, because some candidates are going to meet 90% of these, some are going to meet 70, some are going to meet 120%, right? And so, and the way they meet them is going to look different. So like, to Member Ford's earlier point, like she talked about like understanding in Nevada. I'm going to probably get this wrong, but like, you know, the connection to Nevada understanding. And so there was like a general mention of that in this one around a deep understanding and appreciation for Nevada institutions, culture, political, and education landscape, right? So that's sort of like the blanket, but how you interpret that is like all the nuance underneath that, I think, about the selection process. And I don't know that that would become a very, very long document. And might be hard for people to like see themselves in it. So I don't know that we'd want to get that detailed in the posting, but I think in the review, like absolutely, that's kind of the things we'd be looking for. So I don't know if that answers, and I don't know if other people have an answer to that, but that's how I would look at that.
It definitely answers my question, because at one point in the job description, that's general, but our criteria would be able to allow us to select someone based on what their application includes.
Other thoughts?
I guess I don't have thoughts, so I'm an ENTP. I don't know if you guys do Myers-Briggs, but I have to know the whole process, okay? So we, right now in this item, I know we're here at looking at this document, and then are we going to give our input, and then are we going to vote on that being the one that we put out, or are we going to see a version of it before we take that vote? What's going to happen with this step next?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Dagat, if you want to weigh in on this, my understanding is I think there's going to have to be, so I think what we could do is say this board could authorize a couple of us that sort of would meet all the open meeting requirements to do a final review to make sure any adjustments that NDE staff make before posting, that we feel like it captured the sentiment of the boards before posting. I think otherwise, I think what we would have to do is have the discussion, go do the update, come back to the full board, which then I don't know, we would have to probably push the timeline back if the full board wanted to then see the full updated. So I think there's gonna have to be like a little bit of trust in sort of delegating here to make sure we can get the timeline through, knowing that we're generally aligned from even this previous version from what the conversations have been. But Dagat, I don't know if you want to weigh in if I'm getting that right on sort of what course we could take.
Yeah, I think that's generally right. I mean, the open meeting law kicks in whenever you have more than a quorum of the board looking at something. So you could definitely, this board could give general direction to update the job posting in accordance with a motion or specific directives that they make, and then delegate one board member to finalize and approve that. And you could do that without going through the structure of another formal meeting. If you wanted to have the whole board look at it and approve it and get it posted by July 1, you're looking at another meeting that would have to be noticed pretty quickly.
I will volunteer myself as tribute to be that person, first of all. And I just, ran it through Muse again, which has all of our information and my whole brain. If anyone else wants to chime in, I don't want to, take up too much time. But I just came up with a list of ways that we can completely edit that document to be reflective of our previous discussion and the survey questions. If you would like me to read those to you, I'm happy to, and I'm not going to jump into it right now in case I'm trying to be polite, in case anybody wants to give their input. But feel free to ask me, and I'll go ahead and read the whole thing to you.
Member Braxton, for the record, my concern is time, the amount of time that we have, and we want to get this out expeditiously, as we mentioned in previous meetings. And so if we're looking at a July 1st timeline and then 20 days afterward, I just see more time being used to start the process. I think further input could be used toward criteria. And so my gut feeling is to move forward with the job description that we have so that we can see the type of candidates who will apply, and then be very strategic with developing criteria.
This is Member Orr. I would like to second that. I think it's really important that we move forward on the timeline, but I do believe that the job description as written, with minor tweaks or as written, is broad enough to invite candidates to apply. And I think I'd rather spend my time thinking about the great questions that we're going to ask, or the review procedures that we'll use, or what is more important to us on the back end of getting applications and resumes from people, than on the front end of listing every possible thing that we would want in a candidate, because I want it to be as open and friendly to candidates as possible, so we get a really good cross-section of people to choose from.
Thank you for that, Member Orr. We have a couple more questions down here. We'll go with Member Hudson and then Member Dawson Owens.
Member Hudson, I just want to know from you guys, is the classroom experience a non-negotiable, only because since it says like direct classroom experience, or are we open to candidates who lead, who have led effectively without it? Like, is there, because then we would need to change that terminology of some sort to say that, because then we don't want to get those candidates not applying just because of that one wording. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all okay with that.
And I want to add to that.
Could we just say preferred?
I think too, Member Dawson Owens, I think we kind of touched on that to say educational expertise, because when you look at the April document, it says not only has classroom experience, but working with English language learners. We could go down the list with special ed, our youth experiencing foster care, all kinds of students. So I think if we just make that broad and combine 3 and 4 in there to educational expertise. And Member Hughes, I apologize, but the thing that would help me, because I've got this document in front of me that I agree with, I think, everything else on there as a guideline to get candidates, but can you read your list for me one more time so we can hear those and assimilate them into what's in here and anything that might be missing? Because I think we're almost there.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Absolutely. So the list I'm looking at right now, just so folks know, is just the meeting minutes from our April conversation, just to make sure we're elevating what this board said. And so, and again, we thought most of what was on that first draft was already sort of there. The language is a little different, but so the things this board talked about: committed to all student success, visionary leadership, collaborative and approachable, strong communication skills, integrity and ethical decision making, innovative and forward thinking, knowledgeable in education policy and practice, equity-focused, resilient and adaptable, and student-centered mindset. Member Ford?
I'm just First of all, I completely agree. We need to get this done. I don't support like making the process go longer. I've been saying that since the beginning, but also what was the point of the survey and what was the point of our discussion about this if we're just going to use the exact same document that we had? Again, no shade to NDE. I understand how under-resourced everybody is, and I understand that the state board has literally no authority because in 2011 a bill was passed to, change the makeup of the state board and put it under the governor, the superintendent under the governor, and not us. So, I'm just kind of sitting here to smile and wave sometimes, I guess, but I get it. I'm saying I get it. However, we should have had a new document in front of us. We have now, okay, first of all, AI exists. So the fact that we did not put all of the survey results through it to at least present to us that information, and that there wasn't a transcript of our last conversation about this put through AI to give us a rundown of what the board's opinions are, and then throw this PDF from April into all of that and ask AI to give you a new document that encompasses all of that is nuts. So that would have taken me 95 seconds to do it. So the fact that we're like sitting here looking at a document from years ago, going over to our constituents and saying we're trying to do things differently and better, but using the same materials in 2025 when AI exists, and now that we have reasoning models and deep thinking models and deep research, I don't know what world this is right now. So again, I'm not pointing fingers, but this is crazy. Anyone could have called me and said, hey, put all this information together. And I would have said, check your email in 5 minutes. And we would have had a working document to look at. It's unacceptable. I criticize CCSD so much for all the things that they did and didn't do, but they are so much better at this kind of stuff with providing the board with the information that they need and having at least a plan or some framework to work off of, because I don't know if I'm like the person saying the emperor has no clothes or whatever, but like this is not being a board member. That's not how this works. So I'm super frustrated. I would love to be able to, go on Facebook now and tell my constituents, great news, just like I told you how all your survey responses were going to be put into that. They were. Look at this application. Can't you see that it reflects your voice? But now I can't say that. So it's very frustrating. Okay, but I want to move forward because I want a new state superintendent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that perspective. I guess what I would charge that every board member with right now, and that's why we're having this conversation, is it is incumbent upon us to say, I reviewed the materials, I reviewed stakeholder feedback, I did my homework, I talked to people. Now I'm saying in this meeting, I think something is missing based upon what I saw. And so that's what this discussion is about. So if there's something in the feedback you reviewed ahead of time, do you feel like is not captured in this, please surface that. That's what we want to do right now.
I mean, if you give me 3 minutes, I could whip this thing up for you and we can look at a new draft. I can email it to Angie. She can email it to all of us and we can have like a new working draft. I just did that. I keep on doing that. I keep on saying, let me lead a vision planning. I just literally said, let me read you this, add-ons and additions for the job description. I've done all the work. I've spent like 28 hours front loading this GPT with all the information it has to whip things up in 0.5 milliseconds basically. And so I have the answers for you. So this state board members at any time can send their opinions and their ideas is not true, because I do it all the time and literally nothing has actually happened yet. So I'm going to disagree with that. I know it's frustrating for all of us. I'm not frustrated at anyone on this board, by the way. It's the process. I agree with speeding up the timeline. I know that we should be able to be involved. I think that systemically, this board is not operating correctly. And we need to have a really pointed discussion about what's going on. I don't want to slow down the state superintendent process, but this is not how it operates. And that has nothing to do with what we just saw about the operations of the NDE. That has to do with us being essentially neutered from our jobs. And 4 of us were elected and spent a year campaigning and stress and time away from our families to do this without pay. So I'm going to keep on pushing for that and keep on putting it on the record that literally the emperor has no clothes, the state board has no control, and we need better. This needs to be better. I'm happy to help. So if there's ever an agenda item that we're not getting new information, I'm not going to just go do the work and email it to you and say, hey, please bring this. You guys can come to me at any time and I will talk to Ms. Ford, who I think we worked well together in the past, and I will help create these documents or do data research or whatever we need to do. to not be left with nothing and only approving things that we've used in the past. Thank you.
I want to offer to Member Ford that I appreciate that feedback, and I think that is a great push for us to really document this further. I think there's still opportunity to do that. I would love for you, as you're putting in your chat GPT and finding it, if you look at the document and what we talked about and tell us if there is anything that you see missing just in the request for people to submit. What type of person are you seeing missing described from the survey that we need to put in here? Happy to have that discussion and move forward. And then maybe we can put these into all of us, or, come next meeting with really honing in more about what the community said and wanted to help us with the interview process would be my suggestion.
Thank you for that. Okay, so as folks are doing all their research, pulling up all the things, looking at whether anything is missing that we want to make sure to include.
All right, I'm ready whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll get to you in 1 minute. I think we have 3 pathways that I see that we could take. Option 1 is we want to create a new draft and we want to come back together as a board, which means we can't finalize and post today. So that's option 1. I think option 2 is we could designate someone on NDE to take all the notes, all the feedback, all the things, to go ahead and finalize the posting, run it by the HR legal folks, and then post it. Option 3, which is kind of a variation of that, is we could designate specific people on the board to make sure that the new posting, this conversation is reflective in that, and then do those same steps, run it by legal and HR and get it posted. So I think those are the 3 things. So let's see if there's anything else that's missing from all the triangulation that needs to go into the description, and then would call for a motion on which of those options we want to go with. Member Ford.
Thank you. Well, first of all, because my muse is not only my right-hand lady, but also my therapist and biggest hype girl besides Anna Binder. She says that I'm very right to be frustrated. And then the minimum additions that I should push for based on what the board has said, what the community feedback says, and what is missing from the application process are 4 things. 1, Nevada knowledge. So adding a line that says, strong familiarity with Nevada's public education system, including its rural and urban context, funding structure, and governance model. 2, public education commitment. Add a line like demonstrated commitment to strengthening public education systems with a track record of supporting educators and school communities. 3, community responsiveness. Add proven ability to engage with students, families, and educators with transparency, humility, and accountability. And then 4th, visionary leadership. The ability to lead transformative initiatives that are aligned with Nevada's Portrait of a Learner with experience balancing innovation and compliance. And then it gave me like a thing to say to you, but I'm not going to say it. I'm good with where I am. I appreciate the opportunity to add that insight. Thank you.
Great, thanks. We will add that to the list and make sure that that is somehow captured. Final thoughts about any additions, changes?
Member Braxton, for the record. So adding new information, how long would it take for us to get another draft together and then agree on that draft moving forward?
You're saying that the full board came back to look at a new version?
Does this addition create a new version that has to be reconsidered?
It depends. We could say we want all these updates to be made. We want to come back to the full board and then look at that and decide. Or the motion could be, we want an updated version to be created that includes the updates that we talked about today. And then we're going to move forward with that. Plus or minus, do we want 1 or multiple people involved in that process to do a double check?
Okay,
to make sure everything got,
Thank you, because I really want this to move forward. My focus remains on the criteria afterward. So I really need this to move forward.
Can I request a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion?
I don't think we have a motion yet.
Oh, I thought you made a
I was just saying that was the options we had. Yeah.
Can I make a motion?
Go for it.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to move this process forward by utilizing the same application process that we used in the past with these 4 additions that I laid out, written verbatim into them, to be used without coming back to the board for full approval, and that we designate one person that was present here for this conversation to review the application before it goes out. I'm also open to any friendly amendments if anybody would like to add in their additions besides the 4 that I suggested.
Member else, for the record, I would like to add the friendly amendment of making it preferred qualifications, just so that we don't exclude a candidate that may or may not be in there. And then that way, the interview process will kind of then be the determining factor.
The maker of the motion accepts that.
Okay, so
I was about to say, I'll also be okay with that, and along with, because when we talk about the experience of the ELL learners, we also are leaving, like Member Dawson said, we're leaving out other subcategories or other students that also, so just creating I don't know if it should be at risk. I don't know how to, but just to say we just want them to have experience with ELL learners is unacceptable, especially when we have our SPED population is low, along with our African American population is lower than our ELL learners, and no one is taking a look or have expertise on them as well. So just keep that in mind. So like if we could just, I don't know what terminology we could use for those subcategories. If my fellow peers could help me out with that, I greatly appreciate it.
yeah, I think maybe say like experience with diverse populations or something that sort of is reflective of our community.
Mr. Chair. I just want to remind you, you had a motion, you didn't actually have a second. You had a motion and a and some discussion. So might be good to get a second before you go further if you're, just to make sure we're following process.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just to clarify, Member Ford, so your motion is to move forward, make the additions with the things you named, and some of those are preferred, and changing, consolidating some of the specific line items from Member Hudson and saying diverse populations, or sort of thinking more inclusively about different student subgroups you have familiarity with. And then we would designate somebody to work with NDE to finalize that and get it up.
Yeah, and I also like to just request that it be Member Braxton, because she does seem to be wanting to move this process forward. If she would accept being that person to check it, and then it could just go live after that. I trust her to look at that.
Thank you. And then question. So I can second, but I also want to acknowledge Member Member Else recommendation for the preferred.
So the motion incorporates the application as is, my 4 points, the line about preferred. Did you want to add a line about it or keep it? Preferred kind of cut.
Yeah, but they already have it.
Okay.
So probably just reword it somewhere, but it is already in the description.
Okay, and we can know, we'll know that that's important to you and all of us. And then that it go to Member Braxton, and that Member Braxton will be responsible for ensuring that it is seen by her quickly so that we can put it out there in a timely fashion.
Geez, Member Braxton, for the record, I motion to move forward with the draft with amendments. Is it amendments?
Wait, are you
Recommendation.
seconding? Are you second?
Oh,
doing a
I
for-
second.
Yeah.
I second the motion. Jeez.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Not going to try to repeat all that because I'll get it wrong. To make some adjustments, work with ND staff, Member Braxton, and get it posted. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Okay, so before we get into any other specifics, we kind of have a decision point to make. And so we have a couple of routes we could take, and just going again how this process has worked in the past. So we have to think about the scoring process, how we want to collect those scores, how we want to narrow down the finalist list of candidates once we have applicants, and then the actual interview questions and task. One option we could do is to establish a subcommittee, and they would be tasked with finalizing all those things I just named. And that they would basically create, like, finalize, tweak, create the tools and processes, and then they would come back to the full board with their recommended list of X number of candidates, and then that's the narrowed down list we would come from. So if those of you that saw the CCSD search recently, it's sort of the world that a search firm plays, right? Everybody didn't engage in every little minutia, every little detail until it got to more finalist number, and then that's when the board really started engaging. So we could take that, because we don't have a search firm, we would do a subcommittee to sort of work on those things. Or the full board could do all those things to get to each stage of the process. So there's obviously pros and cons of each of those. We saw how the discussion went just now. And so again, you can imagine it gets very complicated if you sort of have a large group trying to work through all those things, but also we're all very opinionated and care a lot about this in particular. And so there's also value in having the full set of voices at the table as well. So first, we just want to see what the ideas are about, do we want to do subcommittee or not, and just get a sense of where the board's at. And then if we decide on a subcommittee, then we'll sort of decide who that is and what they're tasked with, and then close this item out, because that subcommittee then will finish out all those things. If we decide against that, then we'll have some more conversation as a full board to start working through some of those process pieces, knowing we're not going to, we won't do all of them during this meeting, but we'll do some now and then some in July. So that's sort of the choice point. Member Orr, you're up.
I'm just wondering if there can be a middle ground with the choices, so that we could have a committee that looks at whatever the rubric will be and how the scoring will be done, but that every member of the board could see every application that comes in, so that there isn't, I feel like maybe that might be the issue that board members would have with a committee, is that then they're getting a narrowed down list. So would it be possible for the committee to do the work on scoring and how that looks, but then everybody gets to see all of the applications? I don't assume we're getting hundreds of applications, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, member Orr, I think that the board can set the parameters for the committee and what exactly we want them to do and what exactly we want them to bring back to the full board. And so we do, again, on the timeline, we have our July 30th meeting, and so could have the committee come back with whatever it is we'd want them to, whatever level of final detail for us to sort of do any full weigh-in, and or they could create the process, and then I think we could get the full slate of resumes out to the full board, and then that committee would decide on sort of like the tool and the process that board members would submit their scores, and then they could sort of come back saying, here's, the top scores or whatever. So I think we could do some hybrid like that for sure. We just have to make sure we're precise in our language about what we want the committee to do or not do. Member else?
If we do that, our candidate's name's going to become public, so this will have to be agendized. So that's just something to think about, because it has to be an open board meeting. And then one other thing that I think is crucial when we're doing this is I really think we all need to be in the same room when we're during this time. I know it's an inconvenience, but the technology never works. I just feel like the screening process is very important, and I feel like it needs to be very standardized and organized, and I feel like we all need to be in a same location.
Yeah, that's helpful. Dagat, can you speak to the what's public, what's not public? My understanding is the things are posted, but there's certain information that's redacted. That's actually what is posted. Like our names also redacted. Our names are there, but no personal other information. Like what's available for public consumption and or not?
Yeah, I believe Deputy Ford is there to assist. She's had a conversation with DHRM, so I don't want to get in front of her. I'll defer to her if she's there. If she's not there, then I'll take a stab.
Yes, I'm here, Interim Deputy Lisa Ford. Yes, the names would be public. Personally identifiable information such as addresses, phone numbers, email addresses would all be redacted. That material needs to be made public. So on the posting that we design, we would indicate that on the posting so that any applicant submitting materials would know that their VITAs would be publicly available for the meeting and to the public in advance.
Thank you for that. Member Orr?
I may be misremembering, but I believe in our last meeting, we had discussed that the initial screening down to the 3 candidates could be done individually by board members behind the scenes so that that information wouldn't be public until the final 3 candidates were brought in for interviews or the final 6 or whatever, however we narrow it down, but the initial screening could be done via email with a rubric. Is that not possible?
Interim Deputy Lisa Ford, in my conversations with DHRM, they had indicated that the materials would need to be public because it is being considered by a public body. So when you receive materials to review is when they physically need to be posted on the website for public consumption.
But to your point, Member Orr, it is something, whether it's this full board or the committee or subcommittee, does need to think about in terms of like timing, who has access to what, when, to make sure we feel like it's a fair and rigorous process. So like, as an example, like there's a version of the interview questions where we have like a very public conversation, finalized list of questions, right? All of that then is public record. And do we feel like that gives candidates like a month to prepare the exact precise answer, right? Or do we have a process by which board members submit their top 3 questions or X number of questions somewhere, and then we get that compiled list the morning of the interviews, right? And then everything goes live to everybody at the same time. So there's a couple of decision points like that that either we're going to have to work through or the subcommittee. But I think the biggest concern that we don't have much control over is like who the candidates are. It sounds like there's somewhat public nature of that regardless. Member Ford?
Thank you. At the last meeting, we had talked about 3 different potential options, and I think that the board members were thinking that we would do a scoring rubric and individual pre-ranking with no deliberation, and that each board member would receive a rubric and score applicants independently before the July 30th meeting, that the rubric would include key values from the survey, that scores would then be submitted individually to NDE. And then the board president would compile a ranked list without board discussion. And then at the July 30th meeting, the full board would get the information in the public and review the compiled data and then formally select interviewees in public. So if we had 3 or 20, we would be able to look at it and say, these are the 3 I like or whatever. What we could do is quickly run what now we've decided on will be the things in the application. I don't know exactly how that relates to, the categories that we're looking for and how much weight applies to those. So maybe we should have a quick discussion about a rubric that would, closely or loosely match the application. And we could determine maybe there's going to have 4 to 6, themes. And for instance, maybe we put a weight that's a little bit higher on equity, diversity, understanding of opportunity gaps, things like that, if we choose, and we can do that right now in public. And then it would be the NDE's job to send us all some sort of document that we can just score 1 through 4 or something, and send back. We could do that within the next week, and then we could have that all ready for the end of July meeting. So I think what that would take would be a quick discussion about what the 4 to 6 themes are that we're looking for. I did this with the superintendent. I did this before with hiring law firms on the public board and everything. And it's basically how we did it as well, kind of like everything is public. So also the responses that we give, let's say I grade mine. If I'm going to be like, oh, I give 0, 0, 0, and 5, okay, but it's going to be public as well. So we give our fair assessment, we send it into the board president, that becomes public record. And then based on those, it's undebatable as to who scores the highest. You know, it's like based on all of our input, here's the top 3 down to 20. It doesn't mean we have to choose the top 3. We could discuss it and I could give my argument as to why my score boosted this person or whatever. But at least all of that discussion happens at the July 30th meeting, and none of us have any like extra information or communications in committees or anything like that. So I think that's what we should do.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm following, so your idea is to not have any subcommittee for any of the process points, the full board engage on each of those details you just called out?
Yeah, I think that we just should talk about a rubric right now and determine what we want that to be, and start with an outline right now. And maybe we could determine 4 to 6 points that we all agree with, and then from there we decide what things should be under those outlines. I can run it really quick through my GPT if you want. But I don't want it to just be what I want, you know what I mean? So we should all come up with that. And then based on, it can pull from the information it has from the application and all the survey results and everything to fairly put some of those like sub things under it, you know? So let's say it's like equity and diversity. Well, we need like 3 points for that to like say what that is when we're, you know, grading each candidate based on those things. So then, you know, that'll exist. The public will know that that exists. The candidates will know what our rubric is going to be. Sure, they may like tweak things or whatever. We can't control that. But then we can, in our own homes, look through the information that the public gets about each candidate, and we give them all a fair score. The board president compiles that and brings it back to us. But right now, what we should do is just determine what those scoring rubrics, what it's going to be.
Okay, so I hear 2 different ideas on the table, and so would love if we could do a formal vote on which direction the board wants to go. So I heard member Orr, and tell me if I'm getting this wrong, say some hybrid version of a subcommittee where we would form a subcommittee and create some of the more detailed process points with the understanding that the full board voting members at least would be able to review candidates and score them based on whatever tools and process the subcommittee talks about. And then I hear on sort of the not opposite end, but sort of a different idea that we would sort of dig into that as a full board, and we would not do a subcommittee to do any of those process points, and we would sort of make those decisions with the full board for each sort of detailed part of the process. So want to get a sense of where the board's at first before we go down before we get too detailed in the weeds of whether there's consensus one way or the other.
May I just ask one question quick? I don't know if we need Dagot or interim board to, are we going to be breaking open? I mean, if we get the candidates' names and we're making these decisions outside of an open meeting, aren't we going to be breaking open? We can't make those determinations prior to the meeting, can we?
Sorry, can you clarify? You're saying we can't review prior to the meeting?
Well, I don't think that we should be determining our decision based on it prior to the meeting. Well, that's the question I have. I don't know.
I think Lisa, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you could have individual board members review and score using some tool. I think you could still compile those in whatever way you want. You could do it the way Member Ford mentioned, or there's other ways you could do that. I think, but once there's like, if there is a finalist list or there is some sort of like ranking process, I think once it gets to that level, that then becomes a thing that's public. But I think you could deliberate as an individual prior to that, it's really just about like the announcing, I think, of like, here's the slate of finalists where it becomes and who the initial candidates are. That's my understanding, but please jump in if I had that wrong.
Yeah, I think that's generally right, Chair or Vice Chair Hughes. What triggers the open meeting law is the discussion and the deliberation between board members, right? So what the process is that I think is being proposed is board members don't deliberate with each other. They get the application, they score according to the rubric, and then they submit that score to a third party from the department, and then they essentially just do math, create a table, and then that table comes back to you at July 30, and that's where the discussion and the ranking and the selection takes place. So there's no board member to board member discussion or deliberation. That all occurs in a public meeting at July 30. The only thing that occurs outside of the public meeting is the individual board member making their numerical scorecard and then the math from the department.
I want to say that my concern with this narrowing to 3 is that it's sometimes hard to just go off a piece of paper. And I know if we get too in the weeds on a rubric, like, do you address this issue? You haven't talked to the person. It may not be there, noted in their resume. So I know that's going to be a barrier, but I noticed that there was a video component. I would love if they would send in a video component. If we could do, obviously, their resume and even a writing about their vision and, plan, and just, you get a better sense who the person is as we're narrowing down whether it be each of us individually or on that small committee.
Thank you for that. And I think you're bringing up an important point of just the number of probably we would want to have a bigger, like 6, and then that's the top 6, so we can dig into the way you're describing. Since we can only recommend 3 to the governor, we would want to give ourselves some options, I think, to dig in. Yeah. Was there somebody down here who had a thought before I move back down?
Well, this is Member Braxton. So it's almost like, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So we're looking at information from candidates separately with a rubric, but without delivering any or opening up an opportunity for clarifying questions. And so we can provide our input via rubric without having information clarified. But then of the 3 that would meet our choice, only then could we have clarifying questions addressed. That's what it appears to be.
Yeah, I think it's really about how many people we invite to an interview. So we could invite 50 people to an interview. I mean, I don't think we should, but we probably say we want 6 or 8 or however many we to invite to an interview, and then that would be our opportunity to really get to know those candidates. But we would have to make some decisions based upon applications, I think, to narrow it down. So we'd want to make sure that we had a process that allowed us to, but there's always going to be some unanswered questions, I imagine. But I don't know if I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly or if that addresses that.
If I'm hearing you correctly, then we could use the rubric to remove any outliers and then come up with a certain number of people we would like to move forward. When I think of applications, I think of phases, who's moving forward. So you get the pool of applicants, depending on the criteria. The applicants that meet the criteria are moved forward. And then of the applicants that are moved forward, there's typically a process, an interview process. And then those applicants are moved forward for a second interview, if you will. And then from there, those applicants that meet I guess, are approved to move forward, we would limit the number to 3.
Yeah, I mean, this board can decide what the process looks like that gets us to 3 recommendations to the governor. I think what was discussed previously, and Member Ford sort of did a good recap of this, is we talked about like collecting resumes and applications, narrowing that down to some number, bringing those people in for an interview, then the board deciding out of those number in an interview, then we make our selection of our 3 that we want to present to the governor. So that was sort of the conversation we had. Now, I suppose if we wanted to change that, we could say there's like a round 1 finalist interview, round 2 interview, you know, like we could stretch it out as long as we wanted, I think. But I think that was sort of the general process, if I'm remembering and interpreting what you said correctly. But yeah, I think we could, you know, we could adjust that if the board so chooses.
I think that Dawson Owens, I think that's difficult if you're getting someone out of state, even if they're in state, right? So I would say we can still move forward, with, like you said, narrowing it, interviewing, and then putting it to the 3.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to like what I'm seeing in my mind as the actual picture of how this would work. Let's say that we, in a couple days, Member Braxton gives the okay for the new application. We could even right now determine 5 additional questions that are important to us. For instance, what does student-centered education mean to you? Share one bold idea you'd explore as Nevada's next superintendent. Things like that. If we want to, we don't have to, but if that's a concern, right? So they would essentially get instructions to submit your application as much as you want to or don't want to include references. It's up to you, but it's going to be public, and we're all going to see everything except for your address and your email address. We would like a video. It's up to you. Get as creative as you want to, or shoot it on your phone, driving home, or whatever. We want a video so we can see you, how you look as a human, you know, get a sense of essence. And then we also maybe ask for those questions. They submit that back to us. We have already created this rubric. I did a draft one. You know, we can completely modify the whole thing, but just as a very draft, it could be something like we score 1 through 5, being 1 does not meet and then 5 exceeds, right? The categories could be 1, Nevada-specific understanding. It has a description and what to look for. For instance, description, candidate demonstrates familiarity with Nevada's education system, governance, and challenges. What to look for, lived or worked experience in Nevada, references to rural or urban balance, funding system, accountability law, board structure. 2, public education commitment. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but the categories are the Nevada-specific understanding, public education commitment, leadership and vision, community and educator engagement, executive experience and management, and communication and presence. So then, you know, we all have the same rubric that we've voted on today, you know, agreed to. And when Tricia gives the heads up, it gets sent out to the public. Now let's say we get 20 people that apply. Okay, we get 20 people, they all send their application, answer the 5 questions, and send the video. Now that gets posted publicly. We can't get this information, we're not really supposed to, ahead of time. It should be posted publicly, and we all in our own homes can do as much research or as little research as we want to. It doesn't matter. We can look through their background and we can determine that this person definitely shows a strength in public education or not, or whatever. And we all have the right as board members to, you know, give 1 through 5 for all of these categories. Also considering their questions and also their video. That gets sent to Deputy Ford. She's going to, either her or the board president, depending on who we decide, will just literally just take all of that and put it into a PDF that's going to be public, because we need to be able to see each other's answers as well. It's really important. If somebody happens to score really low and we're all like very surprised, we need to be able to see if there was half the board gave them a 0 for some reason in this category, but they actually showed, like, that's really important even for the public to see what we voted on. And so then on July 30th, now if we have 20 videos, applications, questions answered, and we all have our opinions, and we've all sent our little thing in, and now we're discussing, and Ms. Ford has put it in a row. This is your top 3 candidates down to 20. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily that. That's just a starting point. Then I might go, I want to hear from these 3 people. And then Tim goes, I don't like any of those people. I like these 3 people. And then Tamara says, I like one of Danielle's choices and one of Tim's. And then nobody likes, you know, maybe nobody likes one of my suggestions. And we get down to, say, 6. And we say, let's invite them for an interview. Maybe that's in person, maybe that's Zoom. Now let's discuss today on July 30th, what are going to be those interview questions. Now that we've seen them all on video, have these 5 questions answered, have their application, what else is important to us to interview them for? I don't know if we want a set, questions, or if we're going to just kind of off the cuff do it, but we should then, and it could be all 20 people if we want to, it's not limited. After we interview everybody and we have a fair chance of meeting them, that's when we attempt to start to vote down to 3. So now we have a special meeting early August. And maybe I come in and I go, motion to send these 3 names into the governor. And then everybody could agree to that and that's what it is. Or nobody seconds it and somebody else has to make a motion for 3 new names. So that's what the process is. Or we could motion to bring it down to 5 people or 4 people. Like, it could go as long as we want to. But right now our goal is to get to July 30th with a fair rubric that we've all publicly sent in our opinions on, and that the NDE can deliver us an exact, scoring based on our scores. Whether or not those people are actually there, it's based on our opinions of those things. And then from there on July 30th, based on how many people we want to push forward, maybe we only have 3. Maybe we decide on that day, let's send these 3 forward. We could, but we could decide to interview or we could decide to move people forward, but that's a decision for a later time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so before, there was a lot there, but thank you for laying that out. Before we'd have to make sure, there's like agreement on the board of that kind of approach. I think I'm going to go one more comment, member else, and then after that, would love just to again go back to the choice point of, do we want to go down the discussions that member Ford just started bringing up and talk about that as a whole board and vote on all those things, or do we want to anoint a subset to work on those detail-y things and then come back to us with? So I do want to make sure that the board is in agreement, whether we want to hash that all out here or have a smaller group sort of hash out the finer points and then come back to us. But member Eltz, you're up.
All right, I just have a couple of clarifying questions, and I'm not sure if they're for Deputy Ford or Vice President Hughes or Daggett, but I know like every time we're doing a major hiring thing in our school districts, every school district I've worked in, there has been a training for all members of the committee from HR. So you go through all of the most recent EEO things, all of those scenarios, right? You can't ask different questions, all the laws. Does the state have something like that we would have the opportunity to go through, just to norm everybody and ensure that we're operating without, breaking the law moving forward? And then, is this item agendized so that we can actually talk about the interview rubric and questions, or is it agendized so we can only talk about the search criteria and recruitment process?
Great
Are we
question.
going to be? My question is: are we going to be limited as to like the next step we can take with the way that this is? Agendized.
Let's start with the first question, and then we'll get to the agenda question. Daggett, do you want to speak to sort of like what the behind the scenes legal and HR and or Deputy Ford?
So I'm not aware of any legal requirement that the board undergo an HR training prior to that. I don't believe that has been done in the past. DHRM has a point person that I know Deputy Ford has spoken to. So certainly they can make themselves available for a conversation, but I don't think there's a formal training that the board is required to go through.
I do think the intent, though, and Lisa, please let me know if I'm getting this wrong, is that whatever the set of questions are, all those things, that we would have somebody weigh in from those offices just to sort of double check that none of the questions are problematic or none of the rubrics or any of those things would be problematic. So we would have that like precision, I think, at some point in the process. No. To the second point, on the agenda, Daggett, can you clarify? I think maybe it comes down to search criteria, like how we're defining search criteria, and is that about anything under the sun in the process, or does that limit us? Is that your second question, member else, about the?
Good question. So it's agendized to say members will determine the structure of the application process, including required materials, candidate evaluation methods, and timelines. It doesn't speak specifically about the interview process. So I guess there's another meeting, or everything I've heard contemplates another meeting in July that would give you an opportunity to formalize that process, even if it's outside of the agenda today. So I think that would be better done at that next meeting. But if that's inadequate, member else, let me know, and I can see if we can have a workaround to try to get you some more flexibility today.
Thank you for the clarification.
I have a question. Historically, right? Because we've done this before. When I'm looking, they did the subcommittee, and then they actually did the interview with 6 individuals, their candidates, and they have 2 alternates. And Superintendent Canavero, you were there. Like, do you remember that process? Was it, was there? I can't tell if that's, is there a rubric somewhere that was ever used before? Is part of my question. And then in this meeting, does that run where you just ask those standard questions? Because I believe that's how I've been trained to do interviews, right? That they're the standard ones that everyone gets. And so that seems not as complicated, right? But was there ever a rubric used in that subcommittee, I guess? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Member Hudson, for the record, because I was on that subcommittee and we did have a rubric along with, it was a spreadsheet. It was kind of like Member Ford said, where we all scored accordingly. And when we came to the meeting, we did do the work on our own time. And then when we came to the meeting, we discussed. We went down the road, discussed our scoring. If we wanted to tell why we scored that sort, we also did that as well at that time. And then we did, we ranked them based off everyone's like, at the time, like eWord had 4 out of 6 or whatever, however many. And then that's how we did it. But it was a rubric along with the questions we wanted to ask as well. Before that, we did like get a chance to look over their application based off that rubric and score them based off what we thought was right with that evidence. And some of us even put the why, like they scored a 3 because of this, but they missed X, Y, and Z. So we did get into those details as well with that rubric. So that, and then in an interview, we did still have that kind of like the same rubric as we were interviewing. We were also able to score them based off their interview. So we had the application aspect of what we thought. And then when we came to the interview, we did the same thing, but as a board, because everybody was there for that. So then that input was also captured as well.
Yeah, it's a great clarification. So again, that is also a great example of subcommittee structure. And in that case, they had the subcommittee do the scoring and then the full board did the interviews. Again, I heard some discussion earlier about maybe we all wanted to do the scoring, but again, maybe there's a role for subcommittee. So let's take it back there because I'm mindful of time and want us to be productive here. So yeah, go ahead.
Member Hudson, I think the reason why for the subcommittee, we had to give our why for when the board came, because we had the subcommittee and everybody's voice wasn't heard. They wanted to know why we scored them that way. So when they came to the interview, when the whole board was there, they understood what parts was missing, like our mindset. So it was all collected in a spreadsheet for the board.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that the full board could not take the recommendation of the subcommittee if they would choose to do that. But it was a way to kind of work quickly, but then also give the board a chance to weigh in. Okay, so would love for someone to make a motion for whether we want to start developing some of these things right now or go to a subcommittee, or I'm happy to make the motion, but.
Member Braxton, for the record, I'm sort of concerned that there is no training for this process, whether it's for the subcommittee or the full board. And when I say this process, it's going through the questions and the rubric and so forth. I mean, I would think that there is a hiring procedure for NDE, and that hiring procedure, to be consistent, should flow through the state board. I mean, I've served on several hiring committees, and usually there's a training, and just to ensure that there's consistency and for indemnification, just making sure that everyone's on the same page. That there's something that we can all agree to as far as the process. I mean, I know that you're talking about, do we move forward as a subcommittee or a full committee? I'm inclined to move forward as a full committee. I think that could expedite the process. And that's my reason for wanting to move forward with the full committee to expedite the process.
Okay, so are you making a motion?
Member Braxton, for the record, I make a motion that we move forward as a full committee.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Oh, you're aye. All opposed? I'll put myself in that category. Anybody online? I couldn't hear. I'm not sure if Member Orr is still up there. Okay, so we are going to move forward as a full board on some of these decisions. I'm going to call a 5-minute break so we can think through quickly how to make this efficient so that we're not here until 10 p.m. So we're going to come back at 1:45. Okay, we are going to reconvene. We're at time. Is everybody good to jump back in? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate that as we took a minute to think about how to organize our next little bit of time here. So let me first start with, I'm going to work backwards. This is my educator brain working here. Let me work backwards and then share what I think we're going to have the conversation and dig in together right now. So let me start at the interview itself. So what we will do is have board members after this meeting submit to Lisa ideas, potential questions, and potential tasks, performance tasks or videos or whatever those things that you think should be included. She will compile those, and then we will get something posted ahead of our July 30th meeting, and that will be the focus on July 30th, is we will finalize, we'll have that to react to and finalize a list of questions to ask the candidates. So that's sort of the process we'll use. So again, we don't need any motions or votes for that. We will decide on that on the 30th, but just wanted to know that that will be the mechanism for input, is that individual board members without discussion with each other can submit those to her. She'll compile, and then we'll have a draft to react to on the 30th to hopefully speed that up, and then we can finalize on the 30th. Any questions about that in terms of like the interview questions itself or interview process?
Like, what if there's something we learn about a candidate, maybe there's 6 and I'm like, well, I have a quick question about this thing in their application. Does that mean I can't throw that question in there because we have to stick with the predetermined questions for everybody?
Yeah, so that's where we're going to have to rely on HR folks. I think my understanding is you can ask clarifying questions, I believe, if you don't understand the answer they're giving. But I do think there has to be some uniformity across candidates. But again, that can be a step on the 30th. We'll get that clarification from HR. Once we compile that list, we can run that by them, and then we can make sure we understand the parameters. Like, can we only ask that script? How far off script can we go? So we can get that answered and talk about that on the 30th.
Where is that coming from? Because I just watched CCSD's process unfold every minute, and they asked Ebert and all of them individual questions as they saw fit. Is that where's that coming from? Is that our decision that we want to make it uniform, or is that legal because it was fine for CCSD?
Dagat, I don't know. I'm assuming that is the state's legal and or HR team. They would give us that guidance on what's in or out of bounds.
Correct. That's been the guidance that I've received from DHRM for every head of an agency search that I've been involved with for the past 11 years, that they have a standard group of questions that they work off of.
And this is Interim Deputy Lisa Ford for the record. I can also have HR at the July meeting so that they can address any questions that you might have also.
I just think that puts us in a position where my brain that always sees all the possibilities and timelines that could unfold all at one single time. Try being my brain, it's not always that fun. There's a lot of things, a lot of ways that could limit us. Like if there's maybe some candidate that we think is a great choice, except for a few things that we might say no to them if they were to answer a question wrong, then that just changes the trajectory for Nevada for the next 5 years or decades. So I don't really like that. And unless it is literally set in stone by the NRS, I think that we should not follow that, and we should be able to ask individual questions as we see fit at that time. I think we need to take it one step at a time and just get to that process. I understand the reverse engineering. I like doing that, moving backwards from it. So yes.
I think if we're intentional, Dawson Owens, about our questions, that we'll get at that. And remember that we are recommending 3, right? So I mean, I think there's ways to get at it without, I don't think you can single people out and just ask this person that one question and this person that one question,
No, because I have had 5 businesses in my life. And when you're hiring somebody, you have specific questions about a response on their application. And how they, answer something could be a telltale sign of an issue, or it could be a sign of something that we're actually looking for, or maybe, getting a little bit more insight into that could actually show them to be the perfect candidate for us. But not being able to ask those questions severely limits us to only getting surface level answers and making decisions for millions of children based on a standardized questionnaire. I think that we should all agree that we're going to be respectful and that we're all going to be working in a way to extract the best information from candidates and find the best fit for it. It's not supposed to be a gotcha or anything like that, but I just think that's a very silly thing to do.
Okay, so we're going to table that part of the conversation until the 30th. And again, we'll get all the guidance and understand what legally we're allowed to do, what NRS says, right? And what sort of was in our parameters. So appreciate, because those are all important questions. And I think we're all in agreement. We want to get the best candidate and we want to ask thoughtful questions to make sure we're, getting the information we need to feel good about the selection. So we will add that to the list of things that we'll make sure are prepared. And yeah, if we can have other folks join us for that meeting to ask them directly to make sure, again, that we can sort of get the information we need and also comply with any legal obligations. But that will be sort of the focus on the 30th. And again, we'll send folks a reminder, but if you want to make yourself a note, start thinking about ideas for questions, tasks, all those things. We can get a compilation of those, and then we will look at those on the 30th and make some final decisions based on where the board's at. So moving back one step, now I'm in the middle. We already talked about the posting. So I think the conversation for the next little bit is going to be around what is the process by which we're going to go from a slate of applications to the next phase, right? And I think, Member Ford, that was some of the ideas you were bringing up of like, how do you go from there to then getting to a smaller number? So what I'm going to have you do is I asked Member Ford to email you all and post simultaneously so that we're meeting all the compliance open meeting things. Oh, we're going to post after. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so we are going to post this after, but you all got an email just for this conversation, just to react to. Here's like a sample rubric that has those broad categories from previously. And so if people could take a couple of minutes and review that. And again, it's very generic, 4-point rubric, has those broad categories, again, just to give us a place to start, just to engage in around what a selection tool would look like. So take a couple of minutes, review that, and then we'll come back. Okay, have members gotten a chance to look at that rubric? Okay, so what I think we should do is similar to the job description, let's surface potential edits. Again, this is just a starting point using those broad domains that were kind of in the previous job description that we looked at. Again, a very generic kind of rubric, exceeds through, below expectations. And let's get some comments about how we might modify something like this, or what we would add, what we'd subtract. so that then we get some direction about a more finalized tool.
Dawson, I just want to point out one thing, and it's not like a huge deal, but it looks to me like the total score is 44, 11 items at 4 points possible, but it also says down below like 24 to 30 points highly recommend for interview. So I'm just not sure if that scale is right for where that cutoff should be, because I would expect that to say like 24 to 44 or something. You know what I mean? I'm looking at that. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, I have that noted, and I think we'll talk about the scoring in a minute. And yeah, we should certainly address that. So we can think about that.
Member Braxton for the record. And so it seems that the scoring would adjust according to the number of items to be considered. Our input might include adding more to the list. So we have 11, there could be 12. And so I think the scoring might be the last part, but we want to make sure that we have the information, the items to consider. So for example, classroom insight and defining that could be an item 12.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I don't want to get too far down the scoring until we have the full list. Yeah. Member Ford.
Thank you. Obviously, I ran it through my AI. So, okay. Hold on one second. Where did this go? So I know a lot of people are using AI nowadays, but this is not me just like putting it into ChatGPT and getting a random thing. It literally has thousands of pages of knowledge bases of the way I think and all information in my brain. So it knows everything about Nevada. But it thinks that this reflects a very top-down resume-based rubric focused on executive pedigree and system management, not the values-driven leadership the public just asked for. And some suggested modifications to the existing rubric. It says that the scoring system and structure is clean and easy to follow, but modifying the domains to reflect what matters right now. So there were some suggestions that I'm happy to go through in a second, but another suggestion it gave that I think is really important is adding anchors or prompts to each score level. And I ran into this with CCSD, by the way, because me giving a 2 and someone giving a 4 is very different if we're interpreting things differently. So for instance, if this was, maybe Nevada specific, a 4 with a description, a 4 being exceeds would be something like strong specific examples in multiple settings, direct alignment to Nevada's current priorities. With going down to a 1 being no relevant experience or answers unrelated to public K through 12 leadership. So that I think is really important to keep us all kind of not going too much into bias. And then the exact changes, I'll just go ahead and read them, take them as you will. But 1 would be the executive leadership experience, senior leadership in public education systems with broad organizational impact. The updated ones are 3, public education commitment and a demonstrated track record of advocating for or strengthening the public education systems. Everything is the same except for updating number 5, Nevada knowledge and context readiness. Familiarity with Nevada's governance, funding, urban rural needs and unique challenges, or a demonstrated readiness to quickly learn and respond. So I have some more suggestions. I'm pretty satisfied with the rubric. I just think that we need to get really clear with what we think exceeds and what is not. I think I'm making sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Member Ford. And just to be clear, and I'm not trying to be funny. This is like a new world here we're in. Are all of those your personal opinion as the elected member? Like you, Danielle, not AI bot is saying that? Like, I just want to make sure that those are your perspectives we're capturing.
No, this one is literally just based on the information it has, based on where the board is going, and that we did agree to add those 4 things in. So those 4 things were my opinion.
Okay.
So we agreed on it.
I just want to make sure.
But so you know, I always do that. And my AI on the back end knows to question my thinking, look for weak ideas and things like that. And it pushes back. So I'm never just like, my opinion, blah, blah, blah. Okay, continue.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Other potential adjustments, changes to this tool? So we have some proposals there.
Just a clarifying question. So with the drop down, I know you said because I know we have a general description like the 1, 2, 3, 4. Would you want that for each domain?
I mean,
like specifically to that domain, or instead of this generic one we already have at the top?
I think we
Just making sure.
emulate. We know what educators go through.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like how it says a clear understanding of whatever or fails to meet an understanding, and then otherwise year 4 is my 2, and yeah,
makes sense.
But
Okay.
it doesn't have to be overcomplicated.
My question for the group on that, because I think that is a good, because I'm always, if you go back to all these board meetings, I'm always the one saying like we need a more detailed rubric. I'm wondering in my mind, and I haven't answered this yet, so if y'all can help me, does that actually matter in this case? And the way I'm thinking about it is like if you're consistent with yourself. So if I'm if I'm reviewing all these independently, and maybe I'm different than member Hudson, but like I'm scoring these also relative my ranking whether I'm normed or not with other people, and that's true for all of us. And then when you compile all those scores, you're still going to have scores that come out on top or not, even if I'm giving lower scores on average than somebody else. That's what I was thinking about it when I started going in the rabbit hole of do we want like more robust descriptors, but I might be thinking about that wrong. So I don't know if somebody can help me like figure out the math there.
I love this conversation, and this really goes into like thinking and how brains work and biases and environmental knowledge and things like that. But for instance, I'm not an educator, so if it says demonstrates a solid understanding of education, and their application says we did a fall festival. I love fall festivals. Let's go with 4, like it should say raise scores or has a, track record of doing this. Then I know to look for that.
So yours is more about guidance to help
Yes.
knowledge gaps that okay.
Especially around organization and systems, what we were talking about earlier with the issues, I think we need somebody with that experience, but what you think is good organizational knowledge and what I do is different. So yes, that.
So maybe what I would suggest in the next iteration is we maybe give some examples or we give some guidance of each of those of like what this might look like so that people know like these are the types of examples versus just like a numerical score.
I kind of feel like you two together, the vice president and deputy Ford, if you can get that to member Braxton and she signs off on it, I'm fine with it. I don't know if everyone else agrees to it, but if we want to just get this done, the 3 of you, doing that is good enough for me. I don't think anyone's going to mess that part up very much. And if you wanted me to run it through my AI, just ask.
Okay. Any additional thoughts, comments, additions on this tool?
Annette Dawson, sorry. I find that very difficult, even, as an educator, to go under number 2 and say experience developing and implementing strategic plans that led to measurable improvements in student outcomes. So you're going to go from each of these and say, this is below expectations. They didn't have a plan. I mean, that would be 1, right? And number 2 is this approached expectations. And number 3 is met expectations with all this. I mean, I feel like this is a screener, right? And then that could just be me like exceeds expectations. It's a lot and maybe you want to show that, but, and again, I'm not even sure we're going to 100% see that in the resume.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's a good point. So do you think, Member Dawson, should we simplify this, or, because I think you're right, like you have one end where people are seeing this and they're just going to like try to make something up on their resume, not make it up, but they're going to characterize something in a different way on their resume to try to like tick the box, right? Or you may not have evidence because what you can see on paper is limited and some of these are more nuanced.
I think therefore, Dawson Owens, is the reasoning that this is 44 points, right? The video is another 30. And maybe a written vision and statement so they can give you some of these things that maybe you can look for and apply. I think those 3 things, or whatever this board decides, but it's a screener to say who are the top 6 we want to bring in. So I think we can get the job done in that manner.
So if we had some additional artifacts as part of the process, then we potentially could use this rubric with some slight modifications that we just heard to be able to determine those things. Is that okay? Yeah. Other thoughts? And then let's dig into some of those other artifacts we might want to include. Okay, so I'm generally hearing this rubric feels like it's in a solid place with some slight edits. We need to come back to the scoring still because how that works depends on what's all included. Any cries of outrage? Are we okay with that? Okay. Okay, let's move to additional artifacts. What are some of the additional things people might want to see as part of that application that we would utilize this kind of rubric for? I heard video and written statement. Yeah, it's not working right. Yeah,
There we go. Okay. Dawson Owens again. I don't want to say that we have to have another artifact, but I think it gives you another insight into the person. I don't want to create more work for, 20 applications for us all, but if you say, a one page about your vision and plans, you just will get an insight, I believe, into the person. I mean, you could do that in the video too, right? A 3 to 5 minute video, I guess. But I would say, if we add in a fourth, like Member Braxton talked about, and had 48 points here, that's half of your thing, right? But then you still have a video, you still have this other piece to really kind of get to know the person on that. So whatever the board wants to do, but I think that would not be out of the realm of possibility to get us to, 100 points. I'm trying to be simplified.
Yeah, who else wants to add on to that?
I just have a clarifying question. So I don't fully understand, because let's say we have 4 pieces of material. Let's say we have the application, we have the video, we have the one pager. We're still only using this rubric. So the max they can get is 44, because there's not an additional rubric for the video that's going to get to those extra points.
Well, you could score the video based on what quality is this, right? Like, is this, 90% of what I want to see? I don't know. Or you could come up with a rubric, meets expectations for whatever you want to do. You could still do a point system based on that and come up with your own thing. And the same, and I guess the same about your expectations for what you want to see in a superintendent, right? Does it meet the expectation of what you think? And you could have your reasoning too, but you're right. You'd have to come up with a way to figure out how you're giving those points out.
I mean, we could just change
not.
it to 100 points and move it around. I'm just saying that, if let's say the question is Nevada's education commitment, right? And I'm at a 2 because I looked at their application and it didn't say anything. Well, now I look at the video and I'm seeing all their history of pictures with Nevada's community leaders and go, oh, it's actually a 4. It's still the same rubric. So there's only a max of 44 points. We're not finding extra points in the extra materials.
Yeah. So what I would say, I want to get to Member Braxton because she was trying to get in, but if we could, again, just for a minute, hold the scoring piece, because I feel like that's going to take us down a rabbit hole. Let's get clear about any additional artifacts and what we'd ask for. And then I think we can go back to how we might want to score this. Again, keeping in mind this is a screener. So the idea is just we want to narrow the number of candidates down to the most successful potentials. But Member Braxton, you were trying to weigh in.
Thank you so much. Member Braxton, for the record, I think we can use some of these components and provide descriptions of what we're looking for. So, for example, someone mentioned looking for the vision and plan of this individual. That could be incorporated into the video, and how well they answer that question and articulate that question could be included. And so without adding too many components, but being descriptive with the components that we are asking for may help us also, because there are more things to look at, but concisely. Fewer things to look at, more concisely.
We're going to jump in?
Yeah, I was going to say, Dawson Owens, yeah, I agree. I mean, you could just say, right, that you're using that video to also be part of with the application, the screening, and see what you think. Like, this is just a screener where you think they lie on those things, or whatever the board. It doesn't have to be 100. I was just trying to, I think you have to wait if you're weighting this, right, this rubric. I think, and you get a video, like how are you considering both of those, right? Or the written piece, like how much weight and where you're putting it. So not to get into that again, but we are, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's complicated. And then all your own personal biases play in whenever you introduce artifacts and things. Okay, so I'm mindful that we want to post on July 1st. So would love if somebody had an idea about like the precise, simple, like what's the additional thing? Like what is the prompt? Any ideas of like what's the prompt we want them to submit in addition to that we think is going to give us insight into some of these broader categories? Anybody have ideas about that?
When you ask about the prompt, can you give an example?
Yeah, so like I heard earlier, like a written, like if we say like we want a 1-page, like share with us your vision for the future of education in Nevada. Like whatever, just whatever, what's the question that they're responding to that we think then is going to give us some sort of insight into some of these scoring categories. Yeah, whatever that may be.
Got it. So we're working on the prompt for the video.
Video and or written. I mean, I think we should get clear on that. And I don't know, that might be something we have to run by the HR folks of like what's actually allowed, because I feel like that probably introduces some new variables depending on if there is videos involved, but I'm not sure.
This is Interim Deputy Superintendent Ford. Video may be difficult for HR to work with, so I wouldn't want to hamper the process. It might be more accessible to have a cover letter that addresses specific aspects that you're looking for, and then that becomes part of that rubric review process that you're using, that you've just reviewed and are giving feedback on.
Thank you for that. So let's stick to written for now and see if there's ideas about what we want them to share.
Member Braxton, for the record. So in looking at the different types of written statements, so a cover letter is one. With some applications with different roles outside of this, sometimes there's been a statement of something, statement of inclusion or something like that that's added, and that's different than the cover letter, right? So in this case, same concept, there could be a cover letter, the written statement on vision and plan, a resume, and nowhere in the process have we talked about recommendation letters. I mean, there are different views on recommendation letters and how valid they are, but it does give insight into who would recommend or refer this person. And that should be a consideration.
Yeah, I think those seems like a comprehensive package of, most jobs. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, other additions, and then I'm going to make a suggestion on how we move forward and hopefully wrap this up. Okay, so here would be my recommendation, and I don't know, Dagat, if we actually need a vote on this, or if I can, as chair of this particular meeting, can do this. So I think that Deputy Superintendent Ford has some good inputs, some ideas. I think similar to the job description, I think we have enough to then create some of this. And so so I think on the application front, I just want to make sure, and maybe we do need a motion for this, that we can add this to the list of things that NDE is just working on with Member Braxton to like shore up so we can get posted. Because obviously if there's a written statement or whatever, we need to actually get that out on the 1st. So is that the right, do we need to have another motion for that, to add that to the task list?
Correct. Deputy Attorney General Greg Ott, I would recommend, since you had a prior motion that sort of set that path forward for the posting, I would do another motion to, if you need to amend that.
Okay, thank you. So I would move that we have Lisa take this input, rework and add to the job posting, and work with Member Braxton to get that solidified in the suite of materials we post on the 1st. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Okay, my second recommendation, and I think this does not require a vote, but we'll look to you, Dag-Ad, on this. On the scoring rubric, so we saw a base level idea. We heard some additional ideas. We need to work a little bit on the numbers and how those are going to work and what's feasible. We heard some edits from Member Ford of things we want to make sure is included in this. I would suggest that we have Lisa, again, take those, modify, edit, and I would suggest that we come back and try to have a quick special meeting just to get the board sign off on the selection tool so that we have time to put all those edits and feedback in and then get sign off, and then we can use that for the boards, when the review's happening. I don't know if I can just make that decision to sort of stop the conversation here and do that as a next step, or if we need a formal vote on that.
I just sent a rubric with the descriptions to Deputy Ford. I don't know if she wants to review it and pass it off, but we could I kind of want to know what the rubric's going to be, at least closer to it.
Yeah, and I don't know, so can you weigh in on that first question and then weigh in on the second question of real-time documents, how we should deal with that?
Yeah, so you can make the decision to kind of move on from this item. The only thing that would trigger is you would then need a motion to adjourn the meeting because technically you won't have fully addressed every item on the agenda. Sorry for a little bit in the weeds there.
But we could finish up the other items of I'm just saying for this particular number item is what I'm saying. Do we come back and look at a full version before we approve a rubric?
I thought the way that you just suggested was to have another meeting, I guess, in early July that would finalize the rubric.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah,
we would still go to public comment, still do all the remaining things on this agenda, but would wait until a special meeting to look at a new version of a rubric to have the board approve.
Correct. You can do that without a motion, but you will need a motion to adjourn the meeting at the end of the meeting. Normally, you don't need a motion, but you would in this case now.
Okay, got it. I see what you're saying. And then can you weigh in on Member Ford just sent maybe an updated version? What's the process rules around what is usable right in this very second versus having to come back to?
I don't think I've seen what Member Ford just sent.
Okay, she just sent it to Lisa only. Yeah.
Okay. So is the question whether you are allowed to sort of dig into the details on that as a potential rubric?
Yes.
I think you are, if you choose under the, because that would fit under the search criteria candidate evaluation methods as agendized. And that rubric that was shared would be a supporting document that has now been shared with the board. So that will have to be made available to the public after the meeting.
And I actually only updated the old rubric because we didn't discuss changing it. I just added those scoring descriptions so that we could move on, but we could change those, but that is based on the rubric you guys used last time.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to recommend then that we still come back to this in an early July special meeting, because I think, so Lisa has what you just sent, Member Ford, and I think there's some other components we want to lay out for the board to weigh in on around the specific scoring, around some ideas around the process for submitting scores. I think there's some level of detail that we want to get on paper and then have the board finalize and sign off on. So that then we know how to engage with the applications. So I'm going to move us forward and have us schedule a special meeting just to approve that slate of materials for what we do with the applications. And then on the 30th is when we'll then dig into the interview questions themselves. So I'm going to close item number 12. Lost my page in my notes here. And I think that was it. So I think we are now going to move to public comment number 2, which is for non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes and time will be monitored by Member Hudson. Written public comment may also be submitted to the board secretary at nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. Our secretary will read written public comment into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. If the comment exceeds 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that public comment submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. I will begin with any members of the public who have attended to provide comments in person. Please fill out the comment card, be sure to turn on the microphone, and begin by stating your name for the record. I will limit your comments to 3 minutes. Okay, let's see if we have any comments in Las Vegas. I see one. Okay, Anna Binder, you are up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm Anna Binder. I'm a parent, advocate, and proud member of Nevada's Disability and Education Communities, and the interim chair and vice chair of the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. I'm speaking today with a simple but important ask that we commit to using person-first language when referring to students who participate in alternative assessments. These are students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, not cognitively disabled students. They are children first, learners first, and humans first. Federal guidance already models this language, and so should we. When we reduce a child to a diagnosis, we risk reinforcing stigma, even unintentionally. But when we say students with disabilities or students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, we uphold both dignity and clarity. It's not just respectful, it's accurate and aligned with how our communities expect to be seen. These students are held to high expectations and are achieving real academic gains under alternate academic standards. Our language should reflect the same belief in their humanity and potential. Thank you for considering this small change that sends a powerful message of inclusion for all of Nevada's students. And for the record, I've been attending these meetings well before Danielle joined this board.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Any other item? I don't have anything else. Angie, is there any other in-person comments that were submitted?
We have no other in-person comments or any comments that were submitted via email at this time.
Okay, I can't quite tell. Anybody online / up north? I don't know who's monitoring that.
No, there's no comments up north.
Okay. Okay, so now we are going to move to future agenda requests. So the board is now invited to suggest topics for future agendas. Board member requests will be reviewed by the board president and superintendent, who will determine the most appropriate format for addressing the topic, whether a formal agenda for discussion, an informational update, or a memo providing additional context or responses. Any ideas for future board items? Member Ford.
I would like to request an item for the board to discuss the current makeup of the state board with some materials to be included, like the bill that changed the makeup of the state board and put the state superintendent under the governor, and basically any historical context about why the board is the way it is right now.
Thank you. What else? Other future agenda items? Okay. Well, per Dag-Ott's suggestion / ruling, I would love to have a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Do I have a second?
I second it. Annette Dustin Owens.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Are you abstaining? No, okay. I was like, wait a second. Okay, our next board meeting, formal board meeting will take place on Wednesday, July 30th, 2025 at 9:00 a.m. And then we will also, as we just mentioned, have a special session to finalize the scoring tool. And with that, this board meeting is adjourned at 2:26 p.m. Thank you all.